Chair, I think we are good to go whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Well, then we will call the October 22nd to order. I'll read the preamble. Wait 1 second, I'm just going to enlarge this on the screen. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio open meeting law, under COVID-19 emergency declarations, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rule of Order. Actions during this meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to taking any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting needs to be heard, we ask that everyone who is not presenting use the raise hand function before asking any questions or making a comment. The raised hand function can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile versions and activated by clicking the hand function. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select the unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located in the bottom of the WebEx screen. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. This proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. We have provided a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak on a particular case via our website and email. We have also received emails from those who have provided written comment on a particular matter, and those will be part of the record. Mr. Pettit, please, or I actually already called the meeting to order. Mr. Pettit, please call roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please unmute your microphones. Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Ms. Bailey?
Here.
Mr. Kalikia? Mr. Dreyer?
Here.
Mr. Jones? Mr. Strickland? Mr. Tarasik?
Yes.
Mr. Santora?
Here.
Ms. Trott?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. I would also like to indicate that Carl Brunges of our staff and our newest member, Ava Schmidt, are in attendance, as well as our law department representative, Mr. Hastings.
Thank you for that note. We'll move on to, we're going to do this a little bit different. We're going to do a concept plan review, then move on to our certificates of appropriateness, and then move back to concept plan approval, correct? For the agenda? So
that's correct.
Okay, we will start with our first concept plan review located at 5119 through 5203 Tillman Avenue, new construction of 4 single-family homes. Could the applicant please use the raise hand function to notify who you are and unmute your microphone? Please state your for our record and tell us about your project.
Good morning. This is Wesley Harper from Horton Harper Architects. We are the architect for the project. Excuse my dog drinking water in the background here. So yes, the project parcels are along the south side of Tillman Avenue. So you'll see here the parcels are marked off in red here. We're on the southern side of Tillman Avenue, opposite Detroit Avenue. So this project and the parcels themselves are a little bit unique, where the parcels that I have shown highlighted here were previously connected to the parcels that face Detroit Avenue. And so I believe in the past year or two, the parcels in question were split off from the parcel that faces Detroit Avenue. You can see it here to the south, the parking lot for the used car lot. And so, of course, Detroit Avenue is considered a landmark district. And so this parcel spanned from Tillman to Detroit was landmark, of course. And so when it was split, the landmark designation remained on the Tillman Avenue parcels. Penny, I'm sorry. The Tillman Avenue parcels maintain that landmark designation. So it's the only parcels on Tillman that are considered landmark. So just a little background there. Next, please. Here you see a view to the west down Tillman. You can see it's a mix of 2-story and 1.5-story houses. It's kind of an eclectic mix of structures here. Our parcel is on the left side of this photo, just past the lighter shaded fence to the left here. So there are some trees that line the sidewalk edge of our parcels, and then to the east is a used car lot. Next, please. Here we're looking east down Tillman. Next. Here's a photo of our site. Right now it's vacant property, kind of secured with this older chain link fence. Next. And then directly to our east is the used car lot, which is packed with cars. Here we have the house to the west, which was probably more of an A-frame, symmetrically designed house originally, and then it looks to have been added to over the years to create this kind of unique gable. Next. Here we have the context across the street. You can see we have kind of a ranch, newer ranch to the east, and across the street we have how it looks to have had a couple additions over the years, and a house behind that. Next. And then further west on the northern side of the street, you can see the mix of 2-story and kind of 1.5-story structures. Next. Here is the Detroit Avenue portion, and so the area to the middle of the site, or middle of this image, is the site in question. Next. So our proposal takes the parcel and splits it up into 4 parcels with a common drive down the middle to serve the 2-car garages in the of the parcels. In between the house and garage would be a small backyard. We've done another project that has similar dimensions of these outdoor spaces, and they're not large, but they're enough to grow and have a little bit of green space for these single-family houses. The homes themselves would be roughly 2,000 square feet above grade. They would have basements. You can see we have a 15% lot depth, setback for the front yard, which is 15%. And then we have 3-foot setbacks for the houses relative to the adjacent parcels. Next. So I won't bore you with the plans here, but our front porch is a usable front porch, minimum depth of 6 feet, and then it's 12'3" wide. The living room would face the street, and then the master suite would as well. You can see we a roof deck above the second floor to hopefully get lake views and maybe a downtown view to the east. Next. So each house is the same. We would add each house in a different colored lap siding, but they're very simply designed. But we think it's a nice solution to the project. They are symmetrically designed in the front. We did end up going with a flat roof scheme, which we are often sensitive to when we're in a landmark district. But in order to get the roof decks that we're looking for, we did go in that direction. And just in looking at the overall project, we feel that these homes kind of create their own context in some ways. And so we were comfortable moving forward with a flat roof scheme. It is 2 stories in the front, so the pedestrian will kind of sense the scale of these as 2 stories. And then we have the roof access doghouse towards the rear of the houses. For cost efficiency, we do have a pitched roof in the back. And then it even kind of lowers the scale as viewed from Detroit Avenue. These would be visible from Detroit, but we're thinking that eventually that used car lot would be developed into a mixed use project and kind of tucking this project away visually. Next. So you can see here the 4 homes sitting together. As I mentioned, we would have a horizontally oriented lap siding in a mix of different colors to kind of add to the variation that exists currently on the street. The front porches would have a metal rail across the front. And then you see the rest of the material palette. Here, the lap cement board would transition to a vinyl siding 12 feet back from the front facade. And then we have a concrete block as the foundation. The porches themselves would be poured in place concrete, smooth. And then we have a mix of different materials with the asphalt shingle for the roof of the porch, composite trim board, and then fiberglass casement windows along the front and sides and back. With that, we are looking for a schematic review here today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Can we have feedback from the local committee?
Sure. Hi, good morning, everyone. It's Jessica Trevisano from Detroit Shoreway and the Gordon Square Historic Design Review Committee. The committee did not have any specific feedback on this project. They approved it as presented, in large part because this is such a unique parcel. It's the only one on Tillman that is within the Historic Design District. So they tried to compare this project with similar projects on Tillman and in nearby streets, as opposed to using the same standards that they would if this was located on Detroit, for example. So no recommended changes here from the committee.
Okay, thank you. And did I see we have our councilman present?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman. This is Councilman Matt Zone. Let me give you a little bit of history in connection with this parcel. It's been a vacant lot for as long as I can remember, and I've born and raised and lived in this neighborhood. At one point, it used to be a bunch of storage, but then the West Side Ecumenical Ministry bought it. It was contiguous to the parking lot on Detroit Avenue, which later changed hands to the Centers, which now operates that facility. Thus, with what Mr. Harper said at the onset of the meeting, this was one big contiguous parcel from Detroit all the way back to Tillman. And the reason we're here before you. I've been the councilman now 19 years. I have really tried to make sure that we had the right scale development on the site. Two other developments, we actually, working with the planning department, were not supportive of. This same footprint, there was two previous townhome projects that wanted to put 8 townhomes on the site. The one product that this community is really calling out for and really wants to see is more infill single-family homes at a more modest price point. There was another proposal that would have had 16 townhomes on partial of this footprint, but also would have demolished the 2 homes to the west. We would not support demolition of those homes or start to lose the character and fabric of this neighborhood. What this project attempts to do is have, again, a singular curb cut, share the driveways, tuck them in the back. It's still a little rough around the edges, though. Wes showed you that photo. The image to the east is a used car lot, and I know at some point they would be interested in moving on, but to introduce some new product in this part of the neighborhood to mix in with a lot of the other product there will really help fortify Tillman Avenue. And I am supportive of the proposal because it addresses the needs of what the community wanted to see with the introduction of 4 single-family homes.
Excellent. Thank you for that feedback. Is there anyone else from the community to speak on behalf of this project? No? Then we will open the floor to commission members' questions or comments. And commission members, if you'd like to use the raise hand function or open your mic, we can then start to give feedback to the representatives.
Madam Chair, we have Ms. Bailey with her hand raised.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey. Ms. Bailey, you unmuted.
Sorry. Good morning. To the architect or the developer, the overall height compared to the neighborhood, the penthouse, I noticed on the design goes up to 32 feet. Is that higher than the rest of the houses in the area?
Westward.
Coming.
There's probably there's a mix of different heights on the street, but I would say the 32 is probably one of the higher dimensions. But since it is set back rather far from the sidewalk, we were comfortable with popping that up to that height.
Could we go back to the elevation? Well, this elevation is fine. I have a question about the upper window. Could you explain why you with the design? One half of it is just an open window with no button in it, and the other side with 2 of them, and it looks like it's operable window. Could you explain why you couldn't have the same concept going on to the other side and it could just be non-operable, meaning the button just continue over? Or you just want a big solid window like that?
Yeah, we wanted to basically match the design that we had on the first level. So we have those operable windows to the right of the entry door. So we wanted to have that up above as well. And then instead of making them all operable windows, we thought having a large vision window there just to look out onto the street could be a nice kind of counterpoint to the facade. It is somewhat symmetrical otherwise, and we thought we had some freedom to make a large window there. So we also have operable windows on the along the hallway into that master suite as well. So there are other operables as well.
Other questions or comments from the commission?
Sorry, I was still continue. I keep turning my mute off. I noticed that a lot of your windows is just opening out vertically based on your position of your window opening versus having like double hung windows. If there's any reason why you're doing a lot of that, how you operate in your windows. It's opening on one hand versus just going double hand going up.
Yeah, we did the casements with inoperable transoms below so we could maximize the amount of glazing. If we did do double hungs, they would have to be raised up 2 feet from ground level. So there would be less glazing.
And now, more question. I noticed, and you did mention it. Could you explain like the location of the vinyl and the cement board? Because where transition at? Can you show on a drawing? Because I see the vinyl, like the penthouse top is vinyl on all 4 sizes, right?
Correct.
And then where on the house itself below, some of it is cement and some of it is vinyl. Could you like show? I'm trying to look at the drawing where the transition is.
Yeah, if you look at the west elevation, top left or top right of this drawing, you'll see we have a 12-foot dimension. That is the extent of the lap siding as it turns on the east and west facades. And that 12-foot dimension is the basically the dimension that the cement board comes in. And then what we would do is have a piece of, let's say, 2x4 AZEK turned on its side, or 1x2 turned on its side to allow the lap siding to terminate into that piece, and then the vinyl would terminate into that as well. So we didn't just want to terminate the J channel up against the cement board. So it is it's a detail I could show for the final review, but you know, we are conscious of that transition.
Mentioned in your presentation, a used car lot. Is this property next to a used car lot, or this used to be a used car lot? Which one is it?
So this is Councilman Zone. I can speak to that question, Commissioner Bailey. Just to the east of this parcel, running from Detroit all the way back to Tillman, is a used car lot. In the back half of the lot, close to and contiguous where these homes are being built, is where this car lot has a oversized fence, a lot of trees covering the cars, but it's the stacking area for the cars that are not on their display lot. It's quite honestly, it's pretty hideous, and so it's going to be but I believe over time, hopefully relatively soon, that car lot might be moving on.
Okay, the reason why I asked that, I was wondering what type of fencing you're going to use, to, quote unquote, have privacy from that lot. If you're going to, is it going to be sort of like an opaque, not an open fence if that used car is going to do it? I didn't see nothing like that on a drawing, if you're going to have some type of fence. And then also your coloring. Your color, is that the actual color you're going to have? It's more like gray, white. Is that your actual color? or it's just a black and white color that you? Mm, is this your actual color of your materials?
Yeah, the
Okay.
actual colors. These are the pre-finished color options with the board that we'll be using. So yes, this represents in regards to the fence. You know, we haven't been charged with designing that at this point. But I would say that if there is a fence, it would be something that meets the zoning code.
So, if I could, Commissioner Bailey, this is again Councilman Zone, and I'll direct this comment to the chair. Chair Trot, I would like to see, they're looking for conceptual approval of the site plan. Um, we need to put some trigger mechanism in there that when this comes back for final approval, we need to evaluate that fence. I agree with Commissioner Bailey that it would be challenging to live in that far left house, that gray house, and looking over into a lot with a bunch of used cars. I want to make sure, or almost mandate, that we get some type of decorative privacy fence that goes down that whole lot line.
No, absolutely. I think that's feedback, and we should, in recommendation to the applicant, that, you know, fencing should be provided and brought to us next meeting so that we can review it.
That's all for me. Thank you.
I think next was Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we go back to the east and west elevation slide, please? I just would like further explanation in terms of the proposed design details of the front porch. Looking at this east and west elevation, I'm quite frankly not sure what I'm looking at in terms of that vertical element. Is that a solid wall and then some glazing, or what am I looking at?
It is a solid wall with that tall rectangle as an open area. It's angled at the top because the porch ceiling would basically be the inversion of the pitch of the roof itself.
Can I just ask for an explanation as to why you're proposing more of a solid wall there, kind of enclosing the sides of the porch rather than leaving it open?
Yeah, I mean, we're open to making it more open. We find that simply attaching the roof for porches sometimes just isn't a design that we think works very well very often. So, you know, we are open to creating more openness within it. But you know, we did want it to be a unique element of the design.
All right. Well, I'll be interested to see how that is detailed there. I personally think, you know, a more open porch just might be more appealing, more inviting for the residents, but that's, you know, up to you to solve. It's not a big issue. For the open deck area, it looks like you're running the siding up and using that essentially as the railing system at that open deck. Have you considered a more open railing system there, perhaps enhancing the views off of that upper deck?
Yeah, typically we would want to use an open rail if we had habitable space that you'd be looking out onto the patio from. So if you're sitting on a couch, you wouldn't be looking at a wall. But the fact that this is strictly a kind of a walkout deck situation, it would be a solid parapet, and that is, we think it makes a better proportion along the front, and then just from a budget perspective, it's a little simpler, and I think, or a little less expensive, and then it's I know, and it's we like the proportion of it.
Okay, I understand, but I live in a townhouse, 4-story townhouse in Tremont, and we have an open railing system, and we have a outdoor seating area up on that deck, and so we have better views through the open handrail in a seating position as opposed to a solid system. So I would just add that as a comment. I recognize there's not living space behind, but there'll probably be enough room to have a seating element up there, which would obscure the view if you're sitting down. Those are all of my comments at this point. I think it's great that you're developing this site in this neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you.
I would just, echo that. I think this is not trying to fit too much onto this parcel, which I think we appreciate, and sort of respecting the proportions of the neighborhood in this area. My only feedback would be about the design and your thoughts on, it looks like you do have 2x4 window surrounds that would be in your AZAC. But I guess my personal opinion is that I would like to see more of that, or larger at the parapet and or at your corners. It just feels a little stark, and I don't mind the simplicity, but especially the top feels a little unfinished to me personally, that I wouldn't mind some additional work or trim work so that it felt like it just had a little bit more breadth at the top, and or the corner boards. I don't think you have to do traditional corner boards, but something that, like you said, that transition between your vinyl or siding, cement board siding, it obviously takes it to that next level when you start adding some of those details for fairly minor costs.
Yeah, at the corners, we are looking to do the pre-finished metal corners that basically turn the profile of the lap around the corner. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the AZAC at the top, I guess, yeah, I mean, that's a tough one.
Just as a just having something to absorb that or soften it is typically a cleaner solution. So that would just be my personal opinion and feedback, is that I would love to see some additional detailing at the cornice, because right now it just feels stark. And simple is good, but we don't want it to feel stark. Other feedback from the commission?
Madam Chair, we have no other hands raised at this time.
Okay. So since this was a concept review, we will not be voting on this, but I think the commission is in support of this project. Do you feel that you received an adequate feedback on your project to continue forward?
I do. I appreciate your input, and we're excited to press forward and be back for a final review in the coming weeks.
Excellent. I look forward to seeing you back with addressing the feedback and bringing those final details of things like fencing and any lighting. We didn't really get to talk about that, but if you're proposing any lighting, it'd be great to just see it, if there are going to be any surface mounted lighting associated with the project.
Great. I'll be sure to broach that with the next package. Thanks.
Excellent.
Madam Chair, Councilman Zone has his hand raised.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman Zone. Sorry, I missed that.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. 2 points. I appreciate you mentioning the lighting, but also when comes back fencing as well and landscaping. Would really be interested in seeing those elements as well. And then, if you just allow me, Madam Chair, and point of personal privilege, in a few weeks, I'm going to be transitioning from Cleveland City Council. I just want to thank you and the commission members. You've always had a keen eye to making our our city better. I appreciate your stewardship over protecting sacred landmark structures. In 19 years, I think I've only moved to de-landmark 2 structures, and one is the new home of the urban community campus. It was, and then the other one was the Fifth Church, where now we have the 117 project and the Lucky's project. So I value what you bring every day. I've always respected your work. You've always treated me with respect, and I thank you for the opportunity to serve the city and come before your commission. So thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilman Zone. You will be very much missed. You've done an amazing job in the areas that you have been, especially Detroit Shoreway and the other areas that you are integrally involved in. So thank you for all of what you've done for the overall community.
Thank you.
Any other comments towards Mr. Zone or about the project?
Madam Chair, staff would like to second what you just said. We appreciate Mr. Zone's contributions to the commission over the years, and we will definitely all miss him.
I'm fortunate that my camera is not working because I'm welling up over here.
Well, we'll miss you as part of these meetings and always the engaging conversations. So good luck in your new position and your new adventures. All right, well, I will keep us moving along here then. So thank you again, Mr. Zone. We'll move on to our certificates of appropriateness. We'll start with our first certificate of appropriateness, located at 3259 East 55th Street, demolition.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, this is Wu Jun. I'm with the City of Cleveland Demolition Bureau. And so up for demolition is the project at 3259 East 55th Street. This is a 2-story colonial style main structure that was built in 1890. That's located at 3259 East 55th Street, and it is in the Broadway Landmark District. And so we're going to demolish this structure and seed it in grass, seed it and straw it. So this was given to us by the Slavic Village Development Corporation as a priority demolition. Next door to it, there is a child care facility. So this was something that they wanted us to get demolished. And so these are some of the pictures, exterior pictures that we can just go through. You could just go slowly along the pictures. And then, so we did do a site visit, I believe, maybe about a month ago, and the structure is not weatherproof. And so when it's raining, rain is getting inside it, and it's only going to make it worse in the near future. Some of the surrounding properties, and these are some of the interior photos. A lot of the ceiling is not in good condition due to the weather, and we weren't able to get inside it during our site visit. And we will be leaving any of the trees that are left on there once demolition occurs on the site.
Is there feedback from the local? And yes, I see that is there feedback from the local committee?
Yes. Hi, this is Marilyn Moshinsky from Slavic Village Development. And I know Nicole Calhoun's on here. I'm just calling to let you know that we support this demolition. You know, as you'll see in another presentation, we're working with the child care to do some changes to their building and upgrading them stuff. And and it's a historic district, and we're working with a developer in the area also on some other buildings. So having one of these blighted homes coming down is going to be helpful for us.
Excellent, thank you.
Mhm.
Is there anyone else to speak on behalf to supporting or against this demolition? I didn't see if there was a councilman or anything like that. No, it seems like, Carl, you have history on the project also? That feedback?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is built in 1896. You can see here its original address was 2185. It had a couple of alterations in 1905 and again in 1919, which the footprint changed. You can see here it's this two-story portion in the front that was added on later. It also had a garage, which is no longer on the site. There was no really significant history. I couldn't find any significant people who had necessarily lived there. Again, some more context photos from our site visit. And this is from a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And there is some foundation issue on the one side. The leaking from the roof has done some damage to the stone. That's all we have right now.
Okay, thank you. We'll open up the floor for the commission. Any questions or comments from the commission?
Mr. Pettit's hand is raised.
Go ahead, Mr. Pettit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that Councilwoman Phyllis Cleveland couldn't make to the meeting today, but she supports the efforts that Slavic Village has made regarding the two projects on today's agenda. So I think she seconds the approval that Ms. Mosinski iterated earlier. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Strickland, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not able to make the site visit to visit this property, but and it sounds like the team could not get inside to evaluate any significant architectural features that might still exist on the inside. But I always have a question about the foundation stone and what kind of shape that might be in, whether it's limestone or sandstone, and if that might be a candidate to be salvaged, to be repurposed. If Carl or anyone else might have a comment on that, or if John Carlo is part of this.
Madam Chair, Nicole Calhoun is here from the design review. She could probably talk. That was part of the motion, I believe, by the local design review committee.
Ms. Calhoun, do you have feedback on that?
Good morning, Commission. Actually, I do. I did have my hand raised, but thank you for acknowledging me. We did look over, we did have one of the committee members that met at the site visit, and that was one of the suggestions that we would salvage anything from the property that could be salvaged. So we are in agreement with the demo. We would like as many properties or architectural structures that are available to us to keep and to salvage. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Ms. Anderson, do you have feedback? Ms. Anderson, I believe you're next with questions or comments.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I believe this property is next to the daycare. Is it adjacent to the daycare property?
Yes.
Yes, it is. This is here with the arrow, and you can see 2 doors down is from to the daycare.
And
south.
and you did not get to see firsthand the interior conditions, correct?
That is correct.
I think the questions. Thank you.
Ms. Bailey?
I noticed, could you go back on the previous photo? I noticed there was a fence on the, right there on the left. Is this fence belong to the property on the right, or is it part of this property? Just wondering, can the fence stays up, just to act as a barrier until something happen in the future, unless it's not in good condition? Who fence that belongs to?
I
Looks like
believe that
the
the
good
fence belongs
side.
to the daycare, would it not?
I think so, because the good side is facing the demolition site, so it's usually facing that's probably going to be owned by the daycare, so that would remain.
Other questions or comments, Ms. Bailey?
Oh, no, that's it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have no other hands raised except I think Michelle Anderson's is still raised from earlier.
Okay. Well, I think.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Vanover from Building and Housing. Commissioner Vanover.
Welcome, Mr. Vanover. Please, go ahead. Mr. Vanover, are you unmuted?
Yes, I am.
There you go. We can hear you now.
Okay, are we on this time or?
Yes.
Okay, I don't see the pictures, but the facade that was put in.
Mr. Mailer, could you hold on just a second? We're actually not on your project yet. We're just talking about the daycare in context.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
I'll unmute myself.
Did you say Mr. Vanover is here, though? Would like to say something?
I see his hand raised, but I can unmute him. Mr. Vanover, can you hear us? I guess that's an error.
Okay.
No other hands at this time.
All right. Well, I will go on the recommendations of our, and obviously the local design review committee of, if this is appropriate for demolition. I think the recommendation for salvaging any interior, which it did appear through those few interior photographs, there may be some fabric like the trim work that could salvage from this. We really only have those 2 pictures, correct, Carl? Is there one more slide prior to this? Right. That there could be some historic trim work that has been previously salvaged that could be salvaged prior to demolition, along with the stone foundations. So with that, would a commission member like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, Mr. Vanover is on the phone. I don't know which user he is. I don't know if he's calling 2 or 3. Vanover, are you able to unmute your phone?
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Wow. Yeah, so I was like that, so I don't have a microphone, so I apologize for that. Just a couple of quick things for Mr. Wujan. This is a municipal demolition, so the act of salvaging the materials, I don't know how that gets done, because the salvage rights for everything are included in the bid as part of our demolition authority. So unlike a private demolition where the contractor can stack and store or whatever the property owner, this is a municipal demolition. So we're limited by law on what we can do, and we're required to take lowest and best bid, and the act of reclaiming these items would increase costs beyond our regulatory authority to demolish the property. Woo, how does I mean, typically that's just not something we can do, correct?
The demolition contractors have salvage rights, so we can put into the spec to try to salvage, but that's all we can do. And there isn't a specific way where we can, send it to an organization or anything like that. And this was discussed in the design review as well.
And if there's any increase in cost for this purpose, it goes beyond our authority. Our authority to demolish under our police powers is for nuisance abatement. So when we start getting into reclamation and salvage for future purpose, it goes beyond our legal authority. And this was one that was kind of on the fence because there is foundational problems. I think it was stable enough at the time that I looked at it that I didn't deem that it was an emergency. Who knows what 2 months of winter is going to do to it, but there are definite foundation issues. I don't know the condition of that, and I believe it's all sandstone, stacked sandstone, cut sandstone block.
That's great feedback. We appreciate for our own knowledge and requirements, because obviously we didn't understand that until you stated that. So thank you. Does the commission member have any feedback related to that?
We have Ms. Anderson with her hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Building is privately owned right now. Is that the case?
Privately owned.
Can you
It's
repeat
not.
that?
It's not just like in the land bank. It's privately owned.
That's correct. It's privately owned. Most of our demolitions that we do are privately owned, and we're just using our nuisance abatement authority to demolish this property.
If the owner who owns the property wants to go in there beforehand, if they want to go in there beforehand, can they do that and salvage items in the house on their own?
Well, they can, and if we could find them, then we would like them to demolish the house on their own and not spend public funds. But the chances of actually locating them, it's like most of our demolitions, they're just not. We can't find them. That's why the city's doing it. It's actually their responsibility to do it.
Okay, I understand. It's an absentee owner. He's MIA.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. So that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
With outstanding taxes by the notice that you have up on the screen.
Okay.
Other questions or comments, Commission? Or feedback on what we've heard from Mr. Vanover?
We have no other hands raised at this time.
My personal opinion would be that I think if in having that conversation with the demolition contractor to see if these things can be salvaged, even if it is, salvaged and at their benefit, would be highly encouraged versus throwing this all into, a landfill. Obviously, there's a lot of detail that we're losing through the sandstone and the wood trim that are part of this house, and if they benefit from it, I guess I'm okay with that because at least it's being salvaged and returned to, for future use.
The demolition contractors, if they can make any money off of it, I'm sure they will, and I will specify that they try to do that, and if they can make money off it, great.
So having that list of, resources where they can sell it back is always helpful too, because obviously there's a lot of people, myself as one of them, who, go to those facilities to replace things in our historic houses. So, yeah, I would just encourage you to have those conversations. I don't think I see enough detail that to me would change my opinion on the demolition. I think there is good, solid detailing. Nothing so unique that it would sway me beyond recommendations of the local design review committee and our staff's review. Any additional questions or comments from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion?
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Strickland with his hand raised.
Go ahead, Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will put forth a motion to approve the demolition of this property with the recommendation or stipulation that, or recommendation that building and housing as part of the demolition specifications include a provision to try to encourage the demolition contractor to salvage anything of architectural significance on the house interior or the foundation stone.
Thank you. Do we have a second on the motion?
Mr. Tarasik has his hand raised.
Go ahead.
I will second that.
Excellent. Thank you. Any additional feedback?
Yes. For clarification, my understanding what Mr. John said that it's the right of the contractor to keep the material and salvage and sell it for themselves. Just for clarification, even if they salvage it, it's for them to keep and sell it themselves. It may not go back to the same property, just to get clarification on that.
Yes, that's correct.
Any additional feedback or questions or comments? Mr. Pettit,
No hands.
I'll roll and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Santoro,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, commission members and Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll now move on to our second certificate of appropriateness, located 10011 Clifton Boulevard, new construction of multifamily? New construction of single family, right? Multifamily? Townhomes. Could the applicant please use the raise hand function so we can unmute your mics, and please state your name for our record and tell us about your project.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I'm addressing you correctly, this is Andrew Brickman from Brickhouse Partners. I have with me my partner, Zach Norton, also from Brickhouse. And unfortunately, our architect, Scott Dimmitt, is ill with just a cold. And we have one of his associates filling in who's been working on the project, Howard Hayden from Dimmitt Architects. So good morning to you all. And first, let me thank you again for your service to the city. I know it's a thankless job. but it's an important one, and we recognize that and appreciate it. Would you like me to commence with the presentation, or is that what you do?
Nope. Please go ahead and tell us about your project.
Okay. So this corner on the southwest corner of Clifton and West Boulevards, I as a neighbor, I live around the corner at 95 Lake, which is one of my other communities that I've developed in the city of Cleveland overlooking Edgewater Park. Drive by it all the way. It's served as a gateway, I believe, to not only Western Cleveland in this particular area and these neighborhoods, but it also serves as a gateway to the inner ring suburbs and the outer ring suburbs, because I believe Clifton Boulevard probably gets 45,000 cars per day. And West Boulevard gets how many cars, Zach?
Approximately 6,000.
About 6,000 cars a day. So it's very well trafficked. I drive by it all the time because I live just off of West Boulevard. It's been sitting there empty for, I believe, 25 to 30 years since the houses that were once there burned down. And I think it looks like a smile with a missing front tooth, because you've got three very distinguished homes on the other three corners. And if you look here, it's been sitting empty. And any of you who have driven by this intersection probably have thought to yourselves, when is something going to be done with this important intersection? As a developer and as a neighbor, and having made an investment in two projects in the area, I didn't want to see someone who I think is a lesser developer develop a project on this corner that would not be worthy of the neighborhood or the significance of the corner. I'm sure you remember the previous plan that was unfortunately unsuccessful. It was a pair of duplexes, and I never thought it would work, and it never did. They couldn't sell it, and since I've been developing the properties around the corner for the last 4 years, there's been a sign up there with Howard Hanna, and nothing has ever been done. When the previous developer finally gave up after being unsuccessful, Howard Hanna approached me and asked if I'd be interested in looking at it. The project is a little bit smaller scale than anything else we've ever done. But I don't know so much out of civic duty, but out of a desire not to see someone else develop it with a project that I would have to look at every day driving home. I agreed with Howard Hanna to take on the project. We've bought the property. We now own it. We paid a dear amount for it, and have introduced the concept that I think is going to be extremely successful there. And I think it'll be a great addition to the community architecturally. Of course, you guys will be able to decide that. And we're very excited to get going on the project. A couple of images have already been leaked, and we've had several inquiries from some professional real estate people whose names you would recognize about wanting to live there because they were so excited to see this type of a concept. So let me keep going along with the presentation. You can see the lot, the empty lot right there. This is the intersection of West Boulevard and Clifton. It's another view of the intersection. So these are exciting photos. Try and stay awake while we go through this. And that's the corner. These are some of the homes in the neighborhood. This is a multifamily building on West Boulevard. So you've got a combination of singles, duplexes, quads, and then also multifamily apartments in this neighborhood primarily. We at 95 Lake, we have 10 residences, all sold, all occupied. This is West Boulevard. This is, stop on this image if you could for a little bit. This is the property that's on the northeast corner. And this, we took a lot of our cues from relative to what we developed, Caddy Corner. You'll be able to see the similarities. This home has, over the years, I know the owner. It's been a duplex, it's been a triplex, and it's been a quad as well. But we think that it's a beautiful piece of architecture, and we took some of our design cues from it. We can keep moving on. So here we are back on our corner with an artist rendering, looking at the property diagonally. The facade to your right is Clifton Boulevard, and then to your left is West Boulevard. You can probably see the, if none of you have seen this before, you can probably see the similarities to the previous image of the home that was on the northeastern corner. So imagine it being a, it's shown a little bit buff because we've got different times of day here, but it'll read more white than it will buff. But we've incorporated an interesting brick chimney, I think some great detailing, some outdoor space, I love the massing of the project. We went through a variety of iterations and had several meetings with Cadell Design Review and got their input and their approval at their last meeting, and we're excited to have the opportunity to be before you.
Yeah.
This is an image that shows the context of the neighborhood, honoring the large setbacks along West Boulevard, as well as along Clifton, which are more of a normal city streetscape.
I'll talk to her about rescheduling for the afternoon.
This is a preliminary plan that shows the different residences. There'll be 5 fee simple residences and an extremely large courtyard. I've seen some other projects where I'm not going to name any of them in particular, but you have to do a 10-point turn to get in and out of your garage. I know as a resident living there, I wouldn't want to do that. So we've created a large courtyard here with plenty of accessibility. I think it's 30 by 50 approximately. This is just a preliminary floor plan, but you can see some outdoor spaces, and all the residents have 2-car garages. Interesting to note, I went back and I looked at our previous projects. We've developed about 100 fee simple townhomes in Northeast Ohio, plus or minus, and probably 60 to 70% of the residents who live there are single and only have 1 automobile. Again, preliminary floor plans. We can kind of go through these quickly. Here are your elevations, West Boulevard and Clifton. And then the interior courtyard. Materials that we're using here, we're calling for an asphalt shingle roof. The red brick that you see is actually not going to be red. It's going to be more of a gray tone, like the brick sample to the right. And then we'll use a winter white limestone textured sort of fiber cement board. This is our landscaping plan. We're going to preserve the large oaks that are currently along West Boulevard that define it. There are 2 dead maples that need to come out along Clifton. And then there was a request to plant some additional trees. If everything else meets your satisfaction, we'll commit to that too. I don't know if it's necessary, and it wasn't in our original plan, but at the Clifton Review Board, Jeff Blazak suggested that we add a couple oak trees. If everything else meets your satisfaction, I don't think it's needed, but we'll go ahead and we'll make that investment. With the landscaping, we've got a mix of trees, shrubs, and perennials. All of it will be no maintenance, requiring no irrigation. One of the things that our customers highly value is keeping the HOA fees down to a minimum and also having as little maintenance as possible. That's one of the reasons that they're moving there instead of into a 100-year-old home. So I don't know if I have anything else to add, and I'm ready to take whatever questions you have, or I'm ready to make a motion to approve.
Well, I don't think you can make the motion, but I appreciate your desire for a motion. With that, we'll move on to, and thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to feedback from the local design review. Ms. Chivisano.
Thanks, Chair. So the Clifton West Design Review is, continues to be very supportive of this project. Everyone feels that it is an appropriate massing, the right density for the site, really just an impressive project. A couple of the things that the design review really wanted to emphasize was that they had a desire for true stucco to be considered for the primary exterior facades, with EFIS being used on the interior parking court. They also wanted to emphasize materials-wise that the windows on the Clifton and West Boulevard facades be aluminum-clad wood windows with exterior applied mutton grids. Andrew had said in our meeting that would be with the exterior applied mutton grids, but I just wanted to reiterate that here. They also talked about the trees that Andrew mentioned. They were hoping to have oak trees along Clifton and West, just to kind of continue that really beautiful, double line tree condition that we have on West Boulevard. Everything else was kind of minor things with the presentation that have been adjusted, between that committee meeting and right now.
Excellent, thank you. We have feedback from our staff next. Mr. Pettit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to point out that this was scheduled to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals on Monday. It was postponed for 2 weeks until they could clarify the issue regarding the setbacks. We did receive some emails from the neighborhood. Those were all shared with the commission yesterday. I believe we received emails from 3 members of the community as a result of a community meeting that was held a week ago, and I will let Mr. Mooney address those. But we had 3 objections to the project from neighbors, and we had 1 in support. One of the members who summarized the arguments at the community meeting and addressed some of those concerns. So I just wanted to make the commission aware of those. This will have to go to Board of Zoning Appeals again. We have reviewed this conceptually and the commission has supported it. And today we're here for final action. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mooney, would you like to speak next, please?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me. I just want to let you know some of this was rushed on my part because, I know it wasn't done intentionally, but I was never given notice by Clifton Design Review of any, like normally you're notified. I checked all my emails. I never received the notification. So the first I became aware that it was moving along was about business days before the BOZA hearing. And it was 40 hours. Landmarks notified me 40 hours before the last meeting. So that was the purpose, to get a continuance from BOZA, because I didn't want the neighborhood to feel bulldozed. Even though I had been meeting with the developer, I didn't know that the plans had already gone through design review because I was never notified. And so I wanted some more time. But that being said, these plans have really evolved since they were first presented. The first set of plans, I met with, the members of Brick House, and they were more traditional townhouses. And I think initially he wanted 4, but, they're nice, but generic for other townhouses you might see in Detroit Shoreway, on Detroit Avenue, or some other areas. And, me and myself and the former councilwoman met with him, and he went back, and I got to say, his design that he came up with is striking. I mean, I think it's beautiful. I do believe it's compatible architecturally, the features with the neighborhood. I believe in the appropriateness of this new structure. There were some concerns. I did have a community meeting, and it's hard to gauge because I hand delivered 32 notices myself in the neighborhood. I did get some feedback from people that never showed up at the meeting, and that was positive. At the meeting, there was a mix, and it got a little contentious, but David Bowen showed. He stayed for an hour and a half, answered the questions. And so I told everybody to let me know, or BOZA, their opinions. I mean, generally, of those 13 people that came to that community meeting, I believe 5 or 6 have sent in emails that I forwarded to Ms. Kukla. I mean, the general consensus of that group, the one, Ed Hulish, was all in favor of it. Some of the other remaining ones love it, but they're concerned about the setback. They were concerned about parking, or various things. So I did want to just clear the setback issue because that was number 3 on BOZA agenda. And I know there's an argument to be made from the developer that they're not violating the setback, but after talking to Mr. Riccardi, it is a variance that's needed for this project. But that being said, one of my concerns initially was, listen, we're going to have 5 units here on a lot, use an existing driveway shared with a neighbor. So a total of 6 units with, the number of cars. Mr. Brickman said it could be single, double, but 6 units, 1 driveway. And that seemed a lot to me. And then I was talking to one of my friends who's also works for Westtown Community Development, and he pointed out to me, and I never noticed, I don't know if Mr. Brickman noticed, but almost directly across the street from these 2 lots, there's 2 houses, 1267 and 1273. Each of those houses are triples. They're legally built triples. They share 1 driveway. So you have 6 units, existing units, sharing in 1 driveway. And I looked at the square footage of those 2 addresses, and it only adds up to 11,200. And indeed, 5 units on these 2 lots, the lot size is about 16,600. But if you include the 6th unit next door, which is the existing single-family house, you have 6 units utilizing 23,200 square feet, as opposed to the already existing 2 houses, triples across the street, where they have half the property, 11,200. So once I saw that, it allayed my concerns that, right across the street, you already have 6 units using 1 driveway, and it's half the square footage if you combine these two projects. So, and listen, I kind of laughed at first, but I listened to Brickman's argument about the missing tooth. And, there's a lot of things we all want and a lot of developments we'd want. Sure, I would prefer to have one big house. I would prefer, as an alternative, to have two houses, which was the prior development. However, what was here at one point was an 11-room boarding house on Clifton with the Clifton driveway. It was a double, but it was chopped up into a boarding house. And I don't think that house had been there for at least 30, 40 years. And then there was I think the other one was the one that caught fire, but I might be mistaken. But the point being is that this property's been vacant, and there's been so many efforts to build one or two houses there that have all never gone forward. And so we do have a missing tooth. This is a vacant lot. There have been many attempts that have been unsuccessful. This one, like I said, I'm appreciative that he went back. I think the features here, this is really, it's really beautiful. It's not just a generic townhouse. He really took time and care to make it look appropriate for the community and architecturally appropriate for the neighborhood. And like I said, my concerns about the parking, I was just concerned, but once I saw those two houses across the street where 6 units share one driveway, I'm like, that already exists. That's already here. And it was, and unfortunately, one of those owners is one of the people, that was one of the reasons they gave to oppose it. And I'm like, well, your house has half the square footage, but you have the same number of units using the same garage or driveway. So we don't have a new date for Boza, but I just wanted to give you my feedback on this. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. It's very helpful. Mr. Vanover, I believe you had your hands raised next to give additional feedback from staff perspective.
I think it held from last time. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't have any additional
Oh, okay.
on this project.
Not a problem. Then we will we will open the floor for commission members. Is there for questions or comments?
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Santora with his hand raised.
Go ahead, Mr. Santora.
Hi, thank you. I have a couple questions. The first one is in regards to the existing vegetation that's on there on the property. So if we can go back to the existing aerial or some of the existing photos, it seems that there are some very large existing deciduous trees that are on the property. How is that impacting your development? Are you removing those trees, planting new ones, or are you actually doing your development inside those trees without disturbing them?
We're doing it, thank you, Mr. Santori. We're doing it inside of the trees, and we have a tree preservation plan so as not to damage the trees. There are 2 maples along Clifton that are both almost dead, and those will come down.
Excellent. And then my second question is in regards to the comments from Design Review Committee regarding the EFIS on your project. So is the EFIS over the entirety of your project, or will it be selective in use? And are you open to the use of actual stucco for majority of the project? Because I'm just going to say, from my perspective, the design is quite nice. I think it's a little too dense. But I do think the form is very nice, and if it will be EFIS, I have a severe problem with the majority of it being EFIS, especially at this neighborhood and this location. So I don't know if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, sure, and thank you. We would like to see stucco on the elevations of Clifton and West Boulevard, and cement board on the interior courtyards. The issue with the stucco, the people who are buying here are looking for no maintenance. They're looking to keep their HOA fees at a minimum. And if you look at the house across the street that is a referential to our design, it's stucco. And if you look at it, the stucco is in pretty bad disrepair. We don't want that to be the situation. And we think, you mentioned EFIS. EFIS for years had a bad rap, but using cement board, I think that we can reduce the maintenance and still provide a very gracious look. But we will study it.
When you say cement board, can you give us like a preferred manufacturer that you were looking at? Is it an Ichiha? Is it something? What do you mean when you say cement board?
It would be the similar product that we used at. There's a variety of different manufacturers. The technology is changing all the time. Also, the availability is changing all the time. But it would be a similar product to what we used on 117, which is on the corner of West 117th and Lake. I'm going to have to look at this thing every day, and I only do projects that I can be proud of. 117 at the HBA Awards, the Home Builders Association Awards, we won 11 awards. The next closest winner won 3, and this is all from all over Northeast Ohio. Same thing with our project at 95 Lake. So I've made a big investment in this neighborhood. I've bought my own personal residence in this neighborhood. This project is a small scale for us. It's we want to make money on it, but I'm passionate about doing this project. And I can tell you the margins are not great because the property was expensive. But we're going to make sure that it meets the same high standard that we've set at all of our projects, and we're not going to compromise.
Any additional questions, Mr. Santora?
That is all I had for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Strickland with his hand raised.
Go ahead, Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a specific question as to what variances will actually be required for the development of this project.
I think there were 3 that were cited by Mr. Riccardi. One was the setbacks. I don't believe we will need it. We've gone out and we've done some measurements, and we've provided those to your commission as well as to BZA. The second was in regards to the size. We've reduced the size, so I think it was 800 square feet, approximately, larger than what your code allows. And we've reduced it so it's now smaller than that. And obviously the third variance is the nature of the single family zoning that it resides within. But obviously there's precedences all over the streets for the last 100 years that are multifamily.
So have you received preliminary indication as to what the sentiments of the zoning appeals board might be in consideration of those variances?
We've had very positive feedback from the city planning department, who I believe the BZA is under. And we're hopeful that the variances will be granted. I believe that they will be.
All right, my last comment would be the same sentiments as Mr. Santora in terms of the exterior finish and the durability of that finish. So I too would like to see, the most appropriate durable project. It sounds like you're considering the same type of low maintenance type of product that would be appropriate to enhance this design and durability in the long run. So I would be more comfortable if we knew specifically what project or what product you're proposing. Can you provide information as to what was used on your West 117th project and examples of where that might have been used in that's been in place for a longer period of time?
I sure can. We've used similar product at other projects of ours, and with the technology is constantly improving. So we may even find a better material that's even more durable and even more realistic. I mean, if you look at vinyl floors today, right now, we don't use them in any of our projects, but in the multifamily, it almost looks like real wood. So we're hoping that they continue to make innovations and that the product becomes more durable and more beautiful, and hopefully not more expensive. But usually that's not the case.
All right. Well, I appreciate that very much, and so if this project moves forward, then I would just ask that you submit the final project selection to staff for approval as a stipulation for final approval of the project.
Certainly, Mr. Strickland. Thank you. We will make sure that we do so.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Anderson, I believe you are next.
I think it really into the fabric of the neighborhood. It is just a very handsome structure. It's very, very nice to see. I am concerned about the scale of the buildings. I understand where some of the neighbors are concerned about that as well. That is one thing that I'm not totally comfortable with. And as far as the exterior, I have been involved in some real estate transactions that where the properties were in litigation over the eaves, over that kind of cladding, that kind of siding. So I'm very concerned about the use of that product in this climate. So I think that's something that really has to be nailed down. We have to make sure that whatever is siding this property is going to be able to handle our wet climate here in Northeast Ohio. And Mr. Brickman, you live at what, 9525 Lake, correct?
Yes, Miss Anderson.
Yes. And that property is currently for sale, correct?
It's on the market. I was blessed with a newborn baby boy not too long ago, and we're looking at our different options.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
On the market, I think
He and his mom are healthy. He and his mom are healthy. The only problem that they have is the father is we don't know how healthy he is.
Any other questions, Ms. Anderson?
I think that would be it.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey, I believe you're next.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Back to the materials, I just want to make sure I heard right. On Clipping in West Boulevard, the material is stucco. And when you go inside where the garage entry and the courtyard is hardy board, is that what I'm hearing correct? So it's different material on the main street, and then on the interior is hardy board, correct? Is that what's no?
Ms. Bailey, this is Andrew Brickman. We're studying the materials, and that has not been determined just yet. Again, we want something that is going to be the most durable and most beautiful material.
Design local committee, I just wanted the understanding on one of the comments they made in the courtyard about the windows. Do you understand what was said on that? Was that corrected about the windows in the courtyard?
I think the design committee is satisfied with the current design.
Okay, in the courtyard. All right. I agree with Mr. Strickland to present the final material for the finishing to staff, for their to see.
We'd be happy to do that, Ms. Bailey. Thank you.
And could you, not you, but could you go to the one of the perspective that shows Clifton and West Boulevard, Kyle? And it has the balcony. One of the, yeah, the 3D drawing. Just keep going, yeah. The one with the color 3D.
It was first or last.
Hmm.
It was either the first or the last slide. It was both.
I think it was the first one. Yeah, keep going, Kyle. I believe it's at the beginning or.
Okay.
The show. Go to one more.
Back. Go back. She wants the 3D rendering. There you go. You're just as well.
Ms. Bailey, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, go. It's keep going. It's another one.
Just have the two, Ms. Bailey. So it's this one or the one that Carl was just done. So I think those are the two renderings. This one or the one prior.
Yeah,
which one would you like?
Okay, because I thought it was another one that like showing the West Boulevard and Clifton right at the corner. Yeah, it is. It was two people walking down.
This is the one. There's the two people running right there in front.
No, I thought it was another one.
Carl, can you go back?
Those are the only ones, Miss Bailey. There's only two.
Oh, it is? Okay, sorry. Well, anyway, what I wanted to talk about how I like how you. First of all, I like the project and how, to me, it blends into the neighborhood. Now, what I like is, although this is one complex and one building, but I like how you put this terrace or balcony in the middle, and what it did was it created two houses. If you want to look at it that way, and it split it up whereas it won't look massive. So to me, it looks like it's two houses on the premise, although it's one unit. So that kind of reduced the masses of the whole entire property. So I like how the architect did that, so it won't look like it's one big piece on the property. So that one little piece with the individual on the balcony kind of break up this massive, so it can look like it's two pieces, even though it's one big unit. So that's how I'm viewing it. It doesn't look massive to me. It looks like it's two houses, and on the inside, it looks like it's one piece. That's my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bailey.
Other questions or comments from the commission?
Madam Chair, we have
go
Mr.
ahead.
Santora with his hand raised.
Go ahead, Mr. Santora, and then I will comment after that.
I just had one additional question. Carl, can you go to the site plan?
That's the photo I was talking about right here.
So it looks like, and this is probably an existing condition, but it looks like the adjacent property has a driveway coming off of your guys' drive. Is there already an easement in place to ensure access, and how will that be maintained?
Yes, there is. There is an easement in place. It'll be maintained. Probably we'll reach an agreement, but we'll probably end up doing the lion's share, and we'll look for a small contribution. If that's a duplex next door or a single family, I believe it's a rental property. We have to track down the owner.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just make my comments now. I mean, I've lived in this neighborhood for 23 years, so I do know this site very well, along with the one on the two that you referenced on 117th and on Lake. I think this is a great project. I do appreciate your respect for the character of the housing stock and scale to some manner on this street. I think you've done a good job. We mentioned this before, of trying to blend in with both the styles kitty corner from this and the surrounding area. I also feel strongly, based on what has been said both at the local committee and my personal opinion, of that that stucco should be used on all sides facing West Boulevard and Clifton. And then if it's transitioned to another material, that could be used on the west side of the property within the courtyard. And we just need to discuss on the south side of the property along the driveway, because they're much less visible. But we do need to commit to, they would have to be conditions that you'd have to come back to us and submit to that before you could receive full approval. I also feel that the windows, if this is, was stated in your design review, if this is the plan, that the windows facing West Boulevard and Clifton should be true divided, or I should say exterior applied muttons for those areas also. And then once again, if a different windows used within the courtyard, then I think that has end west facing, there is opportunity for that. My only question for you is, what is your width of your driveway? Since it seems like that is one of those things that is hanging a hold up for the neighborhood. What is the width of this driveway from West Boulevard to the face of the house? And then what is the width from the face of the house going west to the courtyard? Since you will have 10 cars potentially, or more for the adjacent to 12 cars on this drive.
I can't read those. Let me see. I'm looking at there is a site plan. It looks like it's about 12 and a half feet. And then it opens up at the apron.
Right. Carl, is that right? I'm zoomed in on my screen. Is it 12 and a half? So I guess I don't know if you already have an easement for this driveway, if there's ever, or if there's an opportunity to gain a little bit of the green space that is on your adjacent property to widen that. Because I think that's what you're going to struggle with. And I do have concerns of that, of trying to, having to move 3 in and out of my own personal driveway at that width, to have 12 cars trying to negotiate a full length of that, without any staging area. I'm a little concerned about that. So I would encourage you to have conversations and extend your easement so that you really make this work for yourself and your neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We will explore that.
Right, because that's 12 feet is a single car width. So I think that would be my feedback, the windows, the siding, and the driveway. Other questions or comments from the commission? Ms. Bailey, did you have your hand raised again, or was that just left up from previously?
It was a leftover, but I do want to have a comment to the developer. Not saying for you to do it, it's just a thought that came in my mind as the chairwoman was making a comment about the driveway. But it was just a comment for you to have it was thought of in the past as you was designing this for the driveway. Have you looked at the possibility of a not a driveway, but a vehicle path through between the house and this property going out onto Clipping one way? It was just a thought that just showed up in my head.
No, we like the West Boulevard. It's a less busy street, and it doesn't really lend itself to that, Miss Bailey. But thank you for the suggestion.
Your neighbor was in front of us not very long ago, directly to your east, and they're using like a greencrete product that they're using to allow for some breath, in their driveway for that reason, to allow for passing and so forth. There might be an opportunity to explore that with your neighbor as you're discussing easements, so that you can still maintain that green space potentially, but allow more flexibility with your cars from the face of the building extending west.
We'll do so, Madam Chairman.
One more comment. Did you mention about on your site plan it has the word easement on there? Were you thinking about purchasing on the left of the car some more property where you can increase the size of the driveway? Because your site plan has an easement on there.
We'll explore that, Miss Bailey. If we can, we will. I think it would be a good idea.
I think the easement note is what Mr. Brickman mentions, that you can see the adjacent properties doesn't have a driveway access. There's an easement to allow them to use that same driveway. If I stated that correctly, Mr. Santora?
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions or comments from the commission, or would somebody like to put forward a motion?
We would like the commission to approve this and allow us to continue to move on with the process. So I think we're in agreement with everything that you have recommended. And if that's the case, then we'll also agree to add the additional 4 oak trees that had been suggested at the Cadell committee review.
Thank you for that feedback. We just do need the commission, now is their time to make the motion that they feel is appropriate.
Madam Chair, could you give a list of the items that need to be part of the motion that was missing? Oak tree was missing. The review of the driveway, making it wider. And you mentioned about windows.
Exterior buttons for the windows. With the encouragement that those are wood, but I apologize, I missed the material that you're proposing for the windows. Mr. Brookman, are those fiberglass? Is that correct? If I remember correctly from last time, or are these wood windows?
What would you? I would have to defer to the architect. I believe that we typically use a wood-clad window.
Okay, perfect. Then for the windows facing Clifton Boulevard and West Boulevard, aluminum-clad wood window with exterior applied muttons, stucco used for all faces of the buildings facing along, I should say, West Boulevard and Clifton. And then the recommendation to explore widening the driveway and extending or expanding the easement with a neighbor to allow more breadth for that driveway based on the number of cars.
All right. I'll make
What
a
else?
motion.
Let me, I'm sorry, Ms. Bailey. I just wanted to address the Madam Chairman's comments.
Okay.
As far as the stucco goes, I'm not opposed to using the stucco. I would like to be able to be given the final determination as to what material. I'm going to present to you the cement board that we plan to use. If it's more durable, if it's more beautiful, my people who are going to buy here are buying not only for the looks, but they're buying for the lack of maintenance. And keeping the HOA fees down to a minimum is critical to the project's success and my ability to be able to sell these. This is going to be a very expensive building to develop with a lot of architectural detail. So I need to be able to keep my maintenance to a minimum. And I also just believe that that's good business. So we'll explore both. We'd like to be able to make the final determination, and we're going to present to you the cement board materials that we plan to use.
Madam Chair, before I make the motion, do any of these materials, can they go to staff or do it needs to come back to the commission?
I think these can go to staff.
Okay.
We give the staff to always bring it back here if we don't feel it meets the spirit of what the commission has requested.
Okay. All right. Mr. Norton, are you ready for the commission to make a motion now? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. I move to make the motion to approve the design as presented with the items that Madam Chair mentioned, along with the and that the item be presented to staff, and the staff will make the determination whether it should come to the commission or not.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, before I ask, we'll ask for a second. Do we have a second on the motion?
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. I just raised my hand, but I'll second that motion. I just want to make sure at the developer's suggestion that we also add the addition of 4 oak trees that were recommended by the Design Review Committee be included in that motion.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Mr. Strickland.
Don, would you like me to restate what I had understood about as the conditions?
I think that would be good. Thank you.
Okay. So what I heard is the conditions were the addition of 4 oak trees along Clifton Boulevard, the use of aluminum-clad wood windows with exterior-applied muttons along the Clifton Boulevard and West Boulevard facades, and the exploration or I'll state the third one differently than previously. We are against the use of EFS on the West Boulevard and Clifton Boulevard faces of the building. We will give you the opportunity to bring back alternate materials. We would encourage you to explore stucco, but we'll give you the opportunity to bring that back to staff. And then the recommendation to explore the expansion of your easement with your adjacent south property owner to allow for expanding your driveway staging area for your 12 occupants that will be using potential that driveway.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the addition of the 4 new oak trees.
The addition of the 4 new, yes, that was the first one that I said.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
So we have a motion and a second.
Any further discussion from the commission? Ms. Pettit, will you please call roll and announce the results?
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasic,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, just a quick point of order. Mr. Pettit, Mr. Kalikia has joined the meeting.
Thank you. I apologize.
I vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kalikia.
Good morning.
I'm sorry if we missed you earlier.
That's okay.
Thank you for clarifying, Carl. So to the developer, we look forward to this moving forward, and good luck at BZA. I think we can say you have Landmark's support.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairman, and thank you to the staff and to everybody on the commission. We very much appreciate it, and we're excited to move forward on this project.
Thank you. We will now move forward. We have a demolition at 4500 Lorraine Avenue. And I don't know if, Mr. Pettit, do you have any pre-comments for this project?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just thought I should introduce this one. This is on the agenda today for action on the demolition and for concept review of the new development. I'd just like to point out that this project has been going on for more than a year. The building has been scaffolded for more than a year. At the end of last year, it went to the design review committee for the demolition, and it was denied by the Ohio City Design Review Committee. Since that time, we've been presented with a development plan that will still have to go back to the local committee, but we felt that it was time to bring the demolition before the commission based on the circumstances and the applicant's concerns with the status of the building. We did conduct a site visit last year, and Mr. Brunges will present that after the applicants make their presentation. I just wanted to update the commission on where we are with this project, and I think we should hear from the applicants now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Could the applicant please use the raise hand function and unmute your mic, tell us your names for our record, and then about your project.
Madam Chair, Mr. Powell is.
I don't know how to raise my hand, but my name is Robert Powell. I'm the architect on the project. The other members of our team that are on the phone today or will be dialing in on the phone are Chris Jasinski, our structural engineer. Richard Benton is my architectural designer. Jason Dufour is with WR Restoration. And I also have on the phone from Australia, Michael Klein, one of the owners, and Christian Babbitt, also one of the owners.
Good morning.
So if we could allow a little bit of a lag when they talk, because there's a bit of a delay from Australia.
Absolutely, Mr. Brunges will be advancing your slides, so just give him cues when you'd like to forward or pause.
So what you're looking at right now is just a report from our structural engineer. This is a new report as of this week, basically consolidating all of our his reports over the last 3 years. Chris Azinski was brought into the project by our clients back in 2017 because of the cracks in the front of the building. In 2018, we were brought into the project because the cracks were more than something that was just a patch, and because of our previous experience and work with other restoration projects, we were brought into the project to look at it. So over the period of 2018, we met with Ohio City multiple times, initially looking at different ways to stabilize the building prior to its restoration. In I think late 2018, it was basically determined that the building was really nothing left to be salvaged of the building, and the demolition was really recommended. And at that point was when I think we submitted that request to Ohio City, and they denied the demolition. In March of 2019, well, actually, even before that, 2018, we started, we put crack monitors on the walls, basically from some of the recommendations, some of the earlier meetings from Ohio City, because just to prove that the building was moving and that it was in a state of collapse. And we presented that information, and it was still denied in 18. In March of 2019, after additional review of the crack monitoring, I started taking measurements of the inside of the building. And in September, which was just a month ago, 6 months after that measurement, the wall had moved an additional 3/16 of an inch in the last 6 months. So the exterior wall at this point has moved over 3 1/8 inch away from the vertical, and it's only 10 inches wide. So our structural engineer expects that once the wall reaches a point of 3.3 inches, that it becomes completely unstable, and at that point, it really could collapse at any time. Now, can that happen today, tomorrow? Could happen a year from now? It's hard to say, exactly, but the math is telling us that at this rate of failure, that it will hit that 3.3 inches in about January or March of this coming year. And we've already recommended to, we had recommended to our client last year to vacate the building. But because of the mixed messages we received from Ohio City saying not to demo, and we say to demo, the building was not vacated until now, when we could give them definitive proof that the building is indeed a hazard to the public safety. And so we recommended to both Matthew and Christian, our clients, to have the building evacuated as soon as possible. And our recommendation is to do everything we can to proceed with the demolition, because the building, in our opinion, the building's going to fall down. We just want to make sure that it falls down under our control and not of its own volition. I would like to, at this point, if Jason or Chris are on the phone, could you, because they're dialing in, Chris Tazinski, our structural engineer, is actually in Louisiana today with reviewing hurricane damage. So he's dialing in, so they can't see the phone. Chris or Jason, are you available to talk? Can someone see if they're on the phone? I'm not able to see the entire list of participants.
I only see if somebody is calling user number 4. That's them. I don't see anybody. I only have one person that I can't identify.
Maybe, if you don't mind me just trying to see if I can. they were calling in, so.
Do we have an image of the building that we could look at while we're waiting for this?
So what we're seeing right now are the crack monitors that were placed outside the building by Chris. That appears to be the cracks on the side elevation. We also placed cracks on the front elevation. You can see there the. You've reached the phone of Chris Houston. That's along Lorraine. You can see the sign for our neighbor at the Football Board Club. These two slides are showing the movement over the period of March 16th to November of this year. And so if you could zoom in on that, whoever's driving.
I cannot zoom on. You can zoom in on, each commission member can zoom in with their.
Okay. So basically the top slide is the measurement that I took in March. And you can see I'm measuring from the same piece of furring to a very distinctive crack in the plaster. So, and again, it's really small, but it's measuring 4 inches in March. And after Mr. Jasinski, Chris went down in September on measuring the crack monitoring on the outside of the building, where he had indicated it had started moving and was starting to show a rotation. I went into the building to measure the inside crack again, and the second measurement below shows that it is now at it was 4 and 3. Can't, like, it's hard. It's so hard to read it. Maybe it's, I think he's got them upside down, but the first one's at 4 and the second one is at 4 1/4. Basically it was actually 4 3/16 to be more specific. I don't want to exaggerate, but it was 4 3/16. So in the 6 months from March to September, it moved 3/16 of an inch for an average movement of about a 32nd of an inch per month. And that's what these two specific slides are showing, that they are moving. If we move to the next slide. Oh, no, that's what it is. That's showing the 4 in 3/16. Now that one there is showing the actual total movement of the wall. So I'm sticking my tape in there, measuring the actual crack within the building. And as of September, it's approximately 3 1/8 of an inch that it has moved. And that was of September 19th, I believe. Can we move on to the next slide? Let's see what's next on here. That was it. So that's basically the real gist of it. Now, Don, could you pull up the architectural presentation? Even there's some items in there we can show that would apply to the demolition, but we don't need to talk about the redevelopment portion.
Carl, can you skip to that? We do have a presentation about the history of the building and the site visit. But if you can skip to the
I'm not trying to get into the redevelopment. There's just an issue on a point on there I was just trying to show. I can try to explain it, but basically when we looked at the demolition of the building, we don't take it lightly. We've done a lot of presentation. I've worked with several projects that were in pretty bad shape. I just completed a project about 3 years ago that were on an Ohio restoration project where we were able to keep the entire exterior bearing walls of the building and completely rebuild everything on the inside and maintaining it. Unfortunately, in this particular case, the building, I'll leave it there, that's what you don't want. The building as it was built, maybe 90, 100 years ago, it was never a quality building to start with is the problem. And so we're working with a relatively poorly built building, but now adding on 100 years to this thing. The exterior walls are all masonry bearing walls, and that is what's failing. It's the actual structure of the building that's failing. It's not just a facade, a skin or a facade that's failing that we could easily replace. Once we take off the exterior facade, which is all bearing walls, we lose most of the floors and walls that were bearing on these walls. In addition to that, the foundations are failing as well. By the time we remove everything that's damaged or failing, there's really only, that's what item 4 down at the corner, is really nothing left of the building. And even that portion that is left, it's wood construction that the floors are settled. And even that is, there's no historic character that's even left of what is remaining. And at that point, this is basically what led us to the point of looking at just complete demolition and reconstructing a new building, because there's really just nothing left of it.
Well, why don't you, since you're into your concept plan, and that's also on our agenda, it's just so we have full perspective of what we're looking at and why don't you just complete your concept presentation, and then we will return back to the demolition and can see staff's presentation and get feedback from both the local committee, councilman, and Chief Anhover.
Okay, my intent wasn't to jump ahead to the
That's okay.
redevelopment plan. I just wanted to show that previous slide. I'm going to let Richard speak on the design briefly, but I just to start the preface it that we've only just begun the redevelopment plan. We know that there are things that we need to do to comply with the townhomes, requirements and many other things on this. So we're not looking for any kind of approval at this point. We're just looking for your comments and any feedback. So,
as a concept, so that's all you will get from us regardless. We're not going to vote on it, but if you could tell us about your project so we have perspective of the full reuse of this site.
Richard, could you jump in now?
Hi. Yeah, hi, this is Richard Benton. I'm with ArcConnect. I'm a designer for this project. So we certainly don't, like Robert said, don't take the demolition of this lightly. And we believe also that putting something back in the character of what has been removed is something that would be appropriate for this site. So our plan for this is to incorporate a commercial structure somewhat similar to what was being removed to hold and anchor the corner of Lorraine Ave and West 45th Street. Behind there, then we would add some townhomes to fill out the rest of the site and create some density in that location. I'll go to the next slide. So this is the concept plan for the commercial building to anchor the corner. As you can see, it's a 2-story structure. This is business on bottom and with a residence on top, an apartment on top. Trying to keep some lines that work well with the neighboring building for a Cleveland City Shuffleboard. So we're kind of lining up the floors, lining up the windows so we can have a visually continuing corner. We'll move to the next slide. Townhomes to the back have a little bit of a different flair. We do try to keep some of the materials wrapping and moving to at least make a reference back to a lot of the brick and those types of materials that are being used on the corner of the building, although being slightly different. It's a 3-story structure, private parking on the bottom, and a roof terrace on top. Go to the next slide. We just have some perspectives of how this corner could conceivably look. We do have kind of a squared off nature of the commercial building, with the bottom floor still maintaining its parallel orientation to the street. And then you have some townhomes which are slightly askewed, kind of create a little bit of a sawtooth type of design flow, to offer, somewhat views of the city, create a little bit of interest on the street as well. I think that is the last slide on this. So that's our basic conceptual idea for this particular parcel.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and better understanding of the full project. Return to staff review or staff review. Staff report.
Good morning, Carl Brunges, Landmark staff. Ignore the name below my face. Standing in. The building actually dates back to about the either 1880s or 1890s. There's no building permit, but it was originally a frame building. As you can see by the maps, there's been a couple of additions, or it was split up into two storefronts extending into the back. In 1920, there was a building permit to add the stairway on the side, and it notes it as an old frame building, and it's all that way into the 20s. There's a lot of permits, but a lot of them were missing, so this was a bit of a struggle. It's been added to, it's been partly demolished, it's had alterations, but you'll see here in 1927, erect the brick wall on the lot line. So we're not sure where that brick wall was, but we think it might be right along on the sidewalk areas. There's been a couple of fires, and then 1930, again, brick wall to the line. And then they're calling it by 1935 a brick business block, although we think it's basically the exterior was brick and they still had the old interior buildings. We're not really sure. We can't really talk without the permits to speak to that. But in 1940, the veneer of the storefront is probably, in two brick piers, is probably what our current conditions are. And then there's a couple of different times that it's been sold as 3 suites or 4 suites. There had been a business, I think, in the back area that is now residential. You see by 1951, it's changed. You have the dwelling in the back, the auto repair, which is no longer there. And then our photo from 1968 is the only historic photo I was able to find during the research. Different tenants over the years, drugstores, dentist was in there for a long time. And I believe this was the first location for the Spanish American Committee for a Better Community in the area. A couple more tenants to our current one, or most recent, the A's of Fades Barbershop. We did our site visit, I believe, was in December of 2019. I'll just go through our photos here. This is the interior stairway. We had member, or member Harrison was there. I don't know. I don't remember if any other commission members were there, but the local committee had a couple of members visiting. We were not able to get into the upstairs of this rear section on our site visit. That door leads into the back of the main structure. And that's all we have at this point.
Okay, Thank you for the report. Why don't we move on to Councilman's feedback and then Mr. Gomez-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We received a letter this morning from Councilman Kerry McCormick. He's expressing his strong objection to the requested approval for demolition. It's his opinion that it would be a travesty if this demolition is approved and our neighborhood lost a historic building on Lorraine Avenue.
Madam Chair, I'm actually here.
Oh, excellent. Okay, a little reverb.
There we go. Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Great. With your permission, I'd like just to say a few words, if I may.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the commission. I'm going to try to, sorry, normally I work off of Zoom, so let me get this all together. Anyways, Madam Chair and members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to say a few words today. I appreciate you having me. First and foremost, let me say that I'm absolutely committed to continuing working with the owner of this building and the design team for a project here on this site. As the folks on this call are well aware, Ward 3, we are not afraid of growth and we're not afraid of investment. So to me, we encourage and we work with folks to build great projects in our ward, renovate historic buildings, and we are more than happy to continue working with this team to find a project that works on this site. But Madam Chair, I just joined you today to strongly object to this demolition. The folks that have spent so much time on this committee and many of those, before you, all the way to the folks that set up the historic district in Ohio City, in my opinion, were put in place to stop demolitions just like this. This is a historically significant building on our main commercial corridor. And unfortunately, over the years, Madam Chair, and to the members of the commission, we've seen way too much demolition on our commercial corridors, understanding that there was economic reasons and otherwise for that. And really, it's kind of deteriorated the fabric of the neighborhood. In this specific case, Madam Chair, I believe this has been it's been owned for about 6 years, and I know that I live around the corner and I haven't seen much, if any, work done on it. So, quite frankly, this to me is a case of pushing for a demolition due to lack of maintenance and investment in this building. I think it would be a terrible precedent to set that we say, hey, look, if you let a building sit for 6 years and it gets to a point where you now have concerns, you can now demolish it. The other point, Madam Chair, I would say is that, look, I'm in a 150-year-old home right now in Ohio City. This building has lasted, as Carl said, I think it's 1880s. So for 140 years, this building has stood and been intact, and I'm sure gone through a whole lot over those years. So, I don't believe, Madam Chair, that the argument that there are issues with the facade due to lack of maintenance is due cause for demolition, especially given not only that this is a historic district, a national historic district, but Madam Chair, there's a market in this neighborhood for investment in commercial and housing. So respectfully, I would just say that I'm strongly objecting. I've gotten floods of emails and calls from residents who are very concerned about this. But at the same time, we are more than happy to work with this team to find a suitable solution, whether that is looking at demolishing the addition. I'm more than happy to talk about, potential townhomes behind it. But I just would really hate to see this be approved and us to lose a 1880s building on Lorraine Avenue in the Ohio City Historic District. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman. I will move on to committee feedback from Ms. Gomez-Bailey.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission, and thank you, Councilman McCormick, for your comments. I wanted to, let's see. So the committee reviewed only the demolition proposal. We never saw the proposed designs that were showed today. Those are new. So there's no comments on the new proposed design, but the demolition was unanimously denied at the meeting. And this property actually went before the committee 3 different times. In early last spring, it came by twice just to put up scaffolding. And they had mentioned that they would be seeking demolition. And there were never any mixed messages that we would approve or that anyone on the committee would be in favor of demolition without sufficient information. So I wanted to state that we've been very consistent that we would be happy to work with them, but demolition would be likely the last preference of the committee. And then additionally, Ohio City Incorporated, the executive committees and the real estate and land use committees both reviewed this and are in support of denying the request for demolition as well. Let's see. And then I have a letter here. There was a letter also sent, I believe, to the members of the Landmarks Commission that our organization, it is our priority to serve in assisting the facilitation of the development process and safeguard the historic resources of our neighborhood and advocate for the community that it serves. So to that end, we frequently review plans for demolition and redevelopment of new construction for the Ohio City neighborhood. 4500 Lorraine has been owned by the current owners for nearly 6 years, during which time the owner has made no significant effort at stabilizing the property structure. The current owners have been investigating the structural problems with the existing facade for several years and presented in March and May of 2019 regarding the status of the building's facade to the Ohio City Design Review Committee. The formal application for demolition was heard by that same committee on December 5th, 2019, which was nearly a year later, and the owner continues to demolish the building by neglect. That Ohio City Design Review Committee used the following criteria for evaluating the application for demolition at 4500 Lorraine, and I'll list those for you. The following criteria was whether the building can be reused and whether a reasonable economic return can be gained from the use of all or part of the building. The second is whether the building is in such a state of disrepair that rehabilitating it is economically infeasible. 3, whether the building has architectural or historic significance and how severely its demolition would affect the cohesiveness of the neighborhood. And 4, replacement value and appropriateness of proposed new structure or use. And while the owners have presented this case that the building's facade is an ongoing safety hazard, we agree that the Ohio City Design Review Committee have failed to make the case that the rehabilitation of the building is not feasible or economically viable. In support of that comment, there have been many buildings on the Lorraine corridor that were in similar advanced states of deterioration that have been salvaged and are now contributing buildings to the Ohio City Historic District. The owners have also failed to present an appropriate plan for redevelopment. We are extremely concerned about the health and safety hazards that the building represent in its current state. The scaffolding that has been erected surrounding the building to protect passersby is a hazard to pedestrians and is a visual obstruction that puts pedestrians and automobiles in danger. We humbly ask that the current application for demolition of 4500 be denied and that the owner instructed to immediately carry out emergency actions as necessary to secure and stabilize the building's facade in advance of suitable redevelopment plan being approved. And that is the letter from Ohio City Incorporated and the Real Estate and Land Use Committee. I'd like to also comment that a core value of our neighborhood is maintaining the historic fabric, especially on a major corridor such as Lorraine Avenue. And the applicants have really provided us with no economic analysis demonstrating that this is not feasible to renovate. I guess, and then I won't comment on the design since it hasn't been presented to the committee. But those are mainly the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Since this is a demolition, we'll move on to Mr. Vanover's feedback.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So my role in this is pretty specific and finite. You know, I personally own 180-year-old buildings in Medina County. One thing, I've looked at this, just to be clear, it is a hazardous condition. The City of Cleveland Department of Building and Housing has cited it as such in about this time, about a year ago. And I've seen the reports, and I have the utmost respect for the report writers. They're all very qualified. There's a couple of different engineers that are very qualified. The construction company that has been brought in to evaluate this is also very qualified. So nothing that I say is in any way to discount their professionalism and their abilities, because they are all, they're all very, very good at what they do. I'm not buying that the building can't be saved. From my position, I understand that there's some concern from the contractor to, I think in our last discussion it was presented that nobody wants to touch it, because they're afraid to touch it. I've seen buildings that, and even based on the reports, it's obvious that at least the first floor walls are failing. However, I've got nothing that says that they cannot be fixed. From our position, we need something done. We need something done very quickly. We've received a lot of communication and a lot of reports, and I've received several emails regarding the imminent danger of this building, yet that the sky was falling and that this was going to be a catastrophe, yet the owner decided that they were going to collect rent from the barber shop up until, I think, even currently. So I'm having I'm a little skeptical about the sincerity of what, that it cannot be fixed and cannot be repaired. When you've got an active tenant that is still in the building, so there's either some insincerity from the ownership in their willingness to actually repair the facade and repair the structure, or there's just blatant irresponsibility on their part for allowing the tenant to stay in the space. So I'm not going to make the decision either way on how that goes. I do know that, and I will say it again, we have cited them to make the repairs. I've seen buildings, from my experience as building official, and this is an official opinion from the building official, that it can be in further degrees of disrepair. It's expensive, and the pro forma might not be what the developers want and what the property owners want once the property is done. There's nothing, there would be nothing new, no necessarily value added to the site, and my experience has taught me that influences the decisions on what the next steps are. So from our position, I was presented with this. I have the authority to issue an emergency demolition on the property and bypass the planning, design review and landmarks. After reviewing and looking at this one, I chose not to. I don't even believe that the building is condemnable, and that's why a hazardous condition violation notice was issued and not a condemnation. So my position in this is, it's not my job to save historic buildings, it's yours. It's my job to present the facts as far as my experience and the structure of the building. And I think that we do consider from our side of things the economic infeasibility, but to this point there's been no real evaluation of what it would take if there were no other option but to fix the facade and fix the structure of this building. that work hasn't been done. I believe that, and I respect the engineers, they were asked to write a report on the failing condition of the building, and that's what they did. So that's the position of the Department of Building and Housing. It is the compliance time for the violation notice is far overdue, and we are expecting that this that something's done sooner than later. And if this body determines not to approve the demolition, we will be seeking for at least a stabilization or a make-safe plan very quickly. That's all.
Staff from Mr. Pettit, and then we can move on to commission questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a lot to add beyond what Mr. Vanover said. My problem has always been not with the condition of the facade or the fact that it's bowing or cracking or failing. It's just the idea that there's no solution but demolition of the entire building in this case, and that's what I can't accept. We've seen too many buildings at the commission level, at the staff level, from the Waring block in the warehouse district, the park building on Public Square, even the building next door where the shuffleboard club is, where buildings with facade issues weren't demolished, but were in fact stabilized and repaired. And that's the fundamental problem I have with the request. And so that's where staff is coming from. There's no question that there's a hazard, as Mr. Vanover said, but I'm not convinced that total demolition in this case is the solution.
Thank you. We'll now move on to members' questions and comments. I believe I've lost track of Carl, Mr. Santora, I think you're the first commission member with feedback.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple questions for the applicant and then some comments on the proposed conceptual development. So my first question would be in regards to this project for the applicant would be, did you do any type of cost estimate analysis in the demolition of the building, demolition and reconstruction, different alternate methods for stabilization of the building, and can you share that with us?
Yes, we did all those things. We looked at, again, we were brought into the project to basically renovate the project because of our experience doing renovation projects and historic preservation. We did do this. We had, the cost to, renovate all the three tenants as well as the business on below, and as well as at that time, patching and repairing. At that point, even replacing the masonry brick walls as much as we could. So we did do all that. What it came down to is, it's just unfortunate that it's gotten this late in the day. Both of my engineers have been not able on the phone now, but WR Restoration, who was our contractor and specialist in the repair, as well as JGJ was our general contractor. They did put together all the costs on this, and we can share that. I can forward that to Don to be distributed amongst you. But what it came down to is that during this whole process, the wall was accelerating to such an extent that WR Restorations basically said they were unwilling to even drill a hole in the wall to tie anything back, for fear that it would literally be the straw that broke the camel's back and the wall would just buckle out because it had already bowed out to such an extent. The inside mortar is so granular you can pick it away with your fingers. There's really nothing holding this bearing wall up. And that's really where where it came down to this, you know, we didn't take this thing lightly. I mean, our clients did not want to demolish this building. They're on the phone now. They'll tell you that themselves. They didn't want to demo the building. So Matthew or Kristen, if you're on, if you want to, you can, you know, this is your time to chime in a little bit on the ownership side. No one wants to talk today.
So, well, I guess I can, while we're waiting for them, if the owner does want to chime in, I can just go into my comments regarding the demolition is, you know, when we look at these properties and these types of buildings, there's an inherent character to them that you just can't get in new construction. And I think every loss we have in the fabric of our city of these types of buildings is a loss that will never ever be replaced. And it's a great loss to the character of the neighborhood and to the overall character of the city. You know, we understand that there are safety concerns with it, but you know, there's always multiple ways to attack a problem, and if it comes down to strictly dollars and cents, you know, we would like to see that, and like to see that you guys explored every option before demolition being the ultimate determination that is needed. My personal opinion is I would like to see this building saved, either stabilized, or if that's not possible, a demolition and reconstruction to match the existing that is there. You know, if you can go and build back better supporting walls, reinforce the floorings, whatever you need to do when you're rebuilding it, to at least maintain that level of character that the building has. And now, you know, going into, because part of our charge when we examine demolitions is to also examine proposed developments, I would like to talk a little bit about the development project and understanding that's at a conceptual level. You know, so my comments will kind of be limited, but I want to first commend you and your team for, you know, trying to maintain a semblance of that character in that front building. However, when I look at this design, I have some real issues, and city planning has some real issues with the proposed design of this. Just taking away from the mismatched materiality of the townhomes, the front-loaded garage doors on that 45th, that's a non-starter. City planning will never support something like that. It destroys the walkability and character of a neighborhood at a ground level. The discontinuation of the material and the wraparound of the building, I think, does a disservice as it transitions into the neighborhood and loses the original character that that building had. And then even the removal of the corner, the kind of slide away for what looks to be an exterior patio, that again just destroys that character and that corner presence. I think if you were to demolish this and try to rebuild, you need to maintain that sense of character, that sense of uniformity as it wraps around, and celebrate that corner because it is right at the corner. So those are just my 2 cents for it. With this proposal, and understanding that, you know, our approval for demolition is ultimately also tied to future development, I would not be able to support the demolition of this building based off of that.
Sorry, I hear myself muted. Thank you, Mr. Santora. I believe we'll move on to Mr. Kalikia next with questions or comments.
Yes, good morning again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I have a couple of issues. So the historical would be actually on a separate lot from the historical building. Is that correct? I'm trying to establish. Something along the lines that a study was conducted to restore the building, and the conclusion was that it was beyond restoration. Because, you know, we typically in these situations, we have a study that tells us how dangerous the building is and why we must demolish it. do we have a corresponding study that shows us that this building can be restored and should be restored? Have the architects or the owners done that?
Yes, good morning all from Australia. Christian here, I'm one of the owners. I just wanted to reinforce what Robert, our architect, has said, is that we have looked at every option to try and save the building. And, you know, we've done feasibility studies on what our options are. We've involved the engineers. We have looked at stabilising the building. We really have exhausted all options to economically repair the building. And that's why we have come to where we are today with a redevelopment proposal for the building. And just to add to that, that we're happy to provide you with any cost analysis or reports or any other information that you need to back up that decision. We've done all the work. It's just a matter of you telling us what you need to see specifically, I think, to help us move forward. And of course, we're happy to work with the city to come up with a design that integrates with the surrounding buildings and will give a quality building and design that everybody is happy with.
Any other questions, Mr. Colicchio?
At the beginning of the presentation, we saw some dimensions where the building is leaning over by 1/16 of an inch, and the architect mentioned how it's increasing at a drastic rate. Which wall was that? Where were those dimensions taken, where you had your tape measure showing that taking place? Was that the exterior wall on facing Lorraine?
If you can hear me, so the wall that is in danger of collapse is on Lorraine Avenue, which is where you can see the scaffolding.
Yes.
And that is actually to protect pedestrians because we're so concerned about that wall failing. So if you look at the photographs, you can actually see the scaffolding below where the wall is in danger of collapse on Lorraine Avenue. You can see it there. So that wall, that entire wall there with the windows, that is in danger of collapse. And we've looked at every option to save that, but the mortar between the bricks has actually dissolved. It's a 100-year-old building. And so there's actually nothing holding the bricks together for that wall. So this is the issue we have. And that brick wall is actually supporting, it's a load-bearing wall that is supporting the timber frame and the floors behind. And that's the issue we have.
I don't live far from that building, so I've walked by it many times actually. And what I was looking for actually, so there's a building next door with the redder brick, and so that to me is a vertical line between your building and the next door building. And I didn't see any leaning over along that line. I was wondering if the architect took a look at that condition where the two buildings kind of come together. And there, I didn't see any failure of the wall. But I do agree with you that the construction was an add-on construction. It may have been possibly a proper foundation for that particular wall because you have a mixture of ceramic materials that don't really seem to create a good structural construction. So I agree with the fact that the wall may not be an ideal, well-constructed historical brick wall, but I haven't really seen those failures that you're referring to. I think that's my issue with whether I would approve a demolition or not.
So if you actually stand on Lorraine Avenue, you see in the photo there, you can see the shuffleboard sign.
Yes.
If you actually stand right below that sign and look along Lorraine Avenue, along the front of the building, you will see the wall is bowing out visibly. You can see the wall hanging out over the street and over the scaffolding. And that's the concern we have, that bowing wall will actually collapse onto the scaffolding below.
Okay. All right.
Does that explain it?
One more question and then we'll continue, please.
Yes.
I think it was mentioned by the councilman and several other people about possibly actually rebuilding that wall for your new building. I mean, the materials that are have been used for this wall are looks like traditional limestone and a brick, which are both materials are readily available. I was wondering why couldn't we actually reconstruct that wall exactly as it is as part of the new project? Possibly even reusing some of the materials recovered from the demolition.
The concern we have with the wall, even doing renovation of the wall, is even touching the.
No, I'm not suggesting renovation. I'm suggesting if we were to approve the demolition, then in the new project, reconstruct that building as we have it now, potentially using those materials are readily available still, 80 or 90 years later, or actually using the materials that could be recovered from the demolition.
We would consider reusing the bricks if we could salvage them during the demolition.
Okay.
And our intent with the redevelopment was trying to show something that was, relatively, I mean, we weren't trying to match it exactly. We're not trying to basically build a clone of this, but we were trying to provide a new design on the corner that was, relatively reminiscent of the existing building that was there in size and scale. It's been brought up previously that maybe the city would prefer a 3-story building there. But we were only showing 3. I think our clients would prefer a 3 if we were able to do that. But that starts to go contrary to trying to replace the existing building too. At this point, we're just, we're open to a lot of different things. But our contractors are just basically saying they can't fix it. They can't get in there to repair it.
Right.
And I'm trying to do what I can, and now my engineers decided to call me now. And I've heard, I responded to one of the previous calls about the corner. We had no problem making eliminating that little balcony on the second floor. It was all just a concept. The most important thing on our side is we just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the public, because we just feel it's such a hazard. A lot of the renovation alternatives we came up with the only one that we came up with that could do anything on a permanent basis would have so drastically affected the exterior of the building to a point where we thought as preservationists it was not used. It was a non-starter, and that was actually to apply a fiberglass mesh to the whole building to basically glue the facade together so it would not buckle anymore. But that would so drastically change the look of the building that it was to our thought, considering the excessive cost of that and what we got out of it in the end, was something that was so ugly and we did present that to Ohio City as one of our alternatives before we decided that it was just the building had gone too far.
Okay, I do have another. I'll allow others to contribute. I'm seeing this as actually 2 different projects: the demolition project and the reconstruction project of the historical site, historical building, and then the addition of the new structures. And unfortunately, what I see now with the new structures is something very similar. That's what's happening with Lorraine, which is disturbing to me personally. There's an opportunity here. Look, I've been in Cleveland for now, and I remember seeing Lorraine when I first came to Cleveland as a rather dismal, abandoned neighborhood. So much has been done the last 15, 20 years. So once again, we have an opportunity of creating something that will pass this generation on into the future. So I've said it once before, landmarks, and I would like to say it again, that we're not only, I think as a commission, not only are we trying to preserve the historical integrity of certain neighborhoods of Cleveland, but we're also building something that will be historical contribution to the current neighborhood as well as the future. So again, those four structures seem to be similar to what's going on there now. And I'm hoping that we can come up with something new, more historical, more refreshing. And that's all for my comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Mr. Strickland and then Ms. Anderson. And just to note, unfortunately, I do have to leave this meeting in about 5 minutes at 12 o'clock for another appointment. So just want to note that I wouldn't mind getting to moving us forward here. But let's hear Mr. Strickland's feedback and then Ms. Anderson's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments will be much on the lines with John Carlos, Commissioner Clickius. As a practical matter, well, let me first state that I'd be against the demolition of this historic structure and permitting just the issuance of a permit for its outright demolition. But as a practical matter, if that brick veneer is failing to such an extent that it would have to be essentially torn down and rebuilt, then you're essentially demolishing the exterior facade and just putting it back. And that's what I would like to see happen. So essentially it would be demolition of the exterior facade and then rebuilding it to mimic, and as much of its extent possible, reusing the existing materials so that it would mimic exactly the building facade as it exists today. But I also have a question for Commissioner Vanover in terms of the enforcement mechanism. He was to issue a stabilization order. What enforcement mechanism is there to make sure that this building owner responds and does what is appropriate while we consider the different alternatives for this historic structure? If you can answer that question.
So, well, I guess that's kind of, there's a lot going on in there, right? It's kind of a loaded question. I mean, ultimately, I will tell you, and not to speak specifically to this building, because that wouldn't be appropriate, but we have an open notice of violation on the property, and our expectation is that it gets complied with. If it doesn't, it's now beyond the compliance time. There is remedy that the Department of Building and Housing has that includes legal proceedings against the violation notice for failure to comply with an order of the Director of Building and Housing, and up to demolition. I mean, we do have the authority to make safe and demolish the property as well. That's why, which is obviously that doesn't, that's not our expectation because we don't believe it needs to be demolished. And of course, all of those bills and all of those costs and everything goes back to the building owner. So our expectation would be if they're continuing to work toward making the building safe and a solution, then I will continue to work along that path. Otherwise, we would go take it to the next administrative step.
Other than your ability to take responsibility for the demolition, even though the cost would go hopefully ultimately back to the owner.
It does.
Is there any proposed fines that would be applicable that might entice the owner to comply with the make safe order?
Well, the fines would be levied by the court. There are no inherent fines for the, ultimately, having violations on a property is not a crime. Failing to comply with the order of the Director of Building and Housing, once you're ordered to do something, that's where the crime is. So any fines or conditions would be levied by the court if found guilty of failure to comply. So it would be a criminal court proceeding that would levy any fines.
All right. Well, that's very helpful for me. Hopefully it's helpful for the owner to recognize the ramifications that might accrue to them with their failure to act appropriately in the stabilization of the structure. But so I would vote to reject the application for demolition, encourage the owner to stabilize this building, and as a practical matter, if this facade has to be reconstructed, have it done so that it mimics the existing appearance of this historic structure.
Right. So I'm going to step in here and just try to get us moving forward, because I apologize. I do have a doctor's appointment I have to get to. I'm hearing very loud for the owner's sake from the owner that I don't think there's any question that there's structural, degradation to this building. But I think the commission feels strongly, and your surrounding community and the building commissioner, that we question if this is to the point that there is no repair. Every old building requires repair, and there's a full demolition and demolition with the intent of replacement back for stabilization. And I think I have heard loud and clearly that the second is really what this commission is desiring. With that, though, we do respect that you've had people review this building, and we are willing to look at reports. But just to be my personal opinion from what I've heard from all the contributing members who've spoken here, from staff and the commission, is that replacement with something new is not what this commission will approve. So we have two choices to move us forward. We could table your application for demolition at this point with your permission to allow you to supply any additional information that you feel that the commission should see that could sway us in a different way. Or we can, and if we vote, it will be either to disapprove or approve. If you are disapproved at this time, you will not be able to move forward with the demolition. And your option would be to bring back a different proposal, but you cannot bring this, full demolition back to this commission. So with that, I would ask the owner how you would like us to proceed, to table this application or to vote.
Well, I guess I'll let my owners respond too, but from the architectural side, I would like to table it so we could provide the additional information that you're requesting, and also hopefully in the next meeting that will be earlier in the agenda, so that most of my experts can actually to be able to explain it better than I can. And also I will to everyone's even my own clients, I just let them know we will reach out to WR Restoration again to reinforce the fact that it's really imperative that the city wants this building to be maintained, and to what can they do? Are they really willing to? Can they do something with it? Because they basically told us that they're not willing to touch the building. And as the expert, that's we if they were saying they couldn't touch it, I didn't want to go to some other just general contractor and say, drill a hole in here and tie it back. If the experts are saying it's going to fall down, I'd be putting some other non-expert contractor in jeopardy. So that's why we pretty much stopped at that point. But I will reach out to them again, see what we can do. But that's why we haven't been able to do it, because we have nobody who will touch the building to fix it. That's why it is the way it is. That's why we put the scaffolding up. That's all we could do, is just to protect the public.
Well, you may want to consult other masonry restoration consultants like a Kuhn or someone who has expertise, in this type of work. And, it may need to, this facade may need to get rebuilt. There's no question about it. But the intent to demolish for rebuilding, for stabilization, and full building demolition, Commission has said fairly clearly that we could support, the rebuild of it. We would encourage you for the rebuild, but not a full building demolition. So I would ask, once again, for the ownership.
Can I make a comment just for the good of the order?
Sure, and I'm sorry. Oh, okay, go ahead. Thank you.
So just so that everybody's clear on the path, well, just a brief statement. And I respect the fact that WR Restoration was engaged in this process, and they are very qualified and they're very good. But in the next comment, you said nobody will touch it. Well, that's not accurate, because you've only engaged WR Restoration. It's a matter of economics on how it gets done, I believe. That being said, I just want to make sure that from our perspective, the Department of Building and Housing has an application before us for the demolition of a structure. In order to approve that demolition, our first step is that we must approve our zoning review of the demolition. The zoning review requires Landmark Commission approval. Landmarks is advisory to our zoning review, and we cannot approve the zoning without Landmark Commission approval. Based on this conversation, it feels like Landmark Commission will not approve the demolition as a demolition as it's been presented. Once we, and this is just so that everybody understands the procedural methods, once we receive, if we were to receive a denial for the demolition from the Landmarks Commission, we would then issue a denial, a notice of nonconformance for the zoning review on this permit application for the demolition of the structure. That notice of nonconformance from our zoning reviewers, from our zoning administrator, also comes with the right to appeal before the Board of Zoning Appeals. And at that point, there will be testimony given again. And then, of course, a denial at the Board of Zoning Appeals level grants the ability under due process to then go to the courts and to go to the, into a common pleas, and then further from there. We also have a notice of violation on the property that was not appealed. There was no appeal of that, so it stands as issued. So I just want to make sure that everybody, now tabling this conversation in hopes of gaining an approval from Landmarks for the demolition is definitely the owner's right to do that. However, it does not take care of the fact that there's an open violation on the property that is beyond its compliance time. Understand that those things are mutually exclusive, and the proceedings on the notice of violation may continue even if this has been tabled. So from our perspective, that's where the Department of Building and Housing stands, and just so that you understand that that's the due process for this. When you make the decision on whether to do it or whether to ask for a vote.
Can I comment on that, Mr. Vanover? Do we have a lawyer present? Mr.
That I'm going to interject. I unfortunately have to leave the meeting. So, Giancarlo Cligna, if you could please take over concluding this case.
The question, Mr. Vanover, can the applicant rescind that demolition if the landmarks table rescind it? They come and say, I'm, changing my mind, rescinding it. Just the demolition application.
They're allowed. I don't know if you heard that because of the feedback, but they can rescind it and they can pull it anytime they want because they're the ones that made application.
In my opinion, I think it should be tabled. Let's put aside the application that was submitted to Building and Housing, mainly because I'm hearing some discrepancy among the local design committee, among Councilman McCormick, and the owner of the building. I feel some communication needs to be done among them before it come back to us, the Landmark Commission, as well as Building and Housing. So at least it needs to get some communication and some decision going among those three or whoever else involved before it comes back to us. So I'm willing to table it. I don't want to demolish this. But that's why I asked the question, can the owner just come back and just rescind the application and continue this? But one thing I would like to happen, to stabilize this building for safety purpose while this process is going. So that's my opinion on this. So I have not heard that comment as the owner was agreeing to table it, but I have not heard a comment on stabilizing the facade.
I'd like to respond to that one since you're asking specifically. I thought I'm trying to explain, and so Tom, you're correct. We've only talked to WR Restoration, as we have not talked to Kuhn. When I said everyone, I was overstating that comment. But the reason we have not stabilized it is because WR Restoration said to even put a bolt in the wall would jeopardize their own workers working on the wall. That's why we have our contractor, who's an expert in the field, is unwilling to do anything on the wall, including stabilization, which is why we put the scaffolding below to protect people. That's the situation. And that's why we haven't done anything regarding the stabilization, is because the contractor said they could not do it and would not do it.
So the only thing you put is the scaffolding that I'm looking on the left photograph is to keep any debris from falling on past the pedestrian that's bypassing your building. Is that correct? Is that your doing that scaffolding there?
That's 100%. That's a heavy duty.
What's the scaffolding there for?
The scaffolding.
What is that?
It's getting feedback. The scaffolding is there specifically to protect passerbys. It is not for a working platform. It's a heavy duty scaffolding to basically support bricks as they fall onto the ground below.
But then at the same time, you have someone working in the building as well. Can you clarify that?
I can. It was my recommendation that they were to be moved out last year as well. But because I don't want to put blame on anybody, but because Ohio City denied the demolition, that was a mixed message to our clients in Australia. and they chose to keep him in until we were able to provide even more definitive information that the building was moving. And that's what we have done, and that's why we're at this point today. It was all.
Well, it sounds like the commission, well, I'm speaking for myself and a few that already verbally said they're not interested in demolishing the facade, and I agree. Just because the facade per se is quote unquote is badly in condition doesn't mean the rest of the building. I haven't heard anyone say that, but you agreed to table this. But again, I would like to table this with the owner stabilizing this building and working with the council and the local committee and coming up with resolution on what to do and as a team before it comes to the landmarks. And Don Paddock would like to have your feedback as well on this.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey. I just want to add, in addition to Mr. Vanover's comments, that per our code, per Chapter 161, we have three options today for demolition. We can either approve it or deny it. You know, as usual with any conditions we want to add to those, but we also have the option to delay. We can table this for up to 6 months, at which time we can either act or invoke another 6-month delay, after which time we have to take action per our code. So it sounds like there's a lot of sentiment right now in the commission to table this. The applicant has agreed to the tabling. I would suggest that we move forward in that direction, but again, it's up to the commission.
Mr. Click. Mr. Click, are you now the chair? We have Mr. Babbitt, one of the owners, has had his hand raised for quite a while.
Okay. Please.
Sorry about that. I didn't realise my hand was up, so I'll put it down.
Okay. May I make a suggestion then? We should table this. I think we can reschedule it fairly quickly. I think there's some, I believe that there's actually some confusion when we use the word demolition. Are we demolishing the entire structure? Are we demolishing this wall that's in question of structural integrity? I guess I have to unmute myself to listen.
I was unmuting myself. We had looked at initially just demolishing the walls themselves, and that's what I was. And the one diagram I showed is and we demolished the walls themselves, the exterior, because they're bearing walls. The only thing remaining is just a very little amount of interior wood structure, which is also relatively. I won't say it's fully sound, but it's not in the best of shape. The foundations are failing as well, but which is why since just removing the exterior walls, we in a sense remove more than 50% of the building structure just to replace the exterior bearing walls, and that there's almost nothing left. And that's why it came down to the point of total demolition. There just didn't seem to be anything left of the building of any historic character worth saving at that point.
Well, I think that's a major issue as far as this project is concerned. You're saying that the entire structure is compromised. Not only this wall that we are referring to, the masonry wall, the brick wall, but you're now saying the foundations are also compromised. So even if we decide to restore as the city is suggesting, the wall facing Lorraine, the rest of the building is still compromised.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say, and that's why I would like to table it, because although I can speak to some of these things, my engineers who are far better versed and done far more research onto this are much better to talk on this situation. And again, they were available at 9, but by 11:30 they were no longer available anymore, and it's not your fault, I'm sure, but I just to do justice to this, to make sure everybody gets all the correct information. I mean, it's more than me to just to tell us the story.
Okay, thank you. My general impression is that a great deal of energy and time has been utilized to prove how unsound the structure is. And I'm still questioning whether as much time and effort was spent in trying to prove how this building could be restored and renovated. You mentioned some compromises as a foundation. I mean, that's not an unusual situation. These older buildings do have some compromised foundations, but they can be also restored. And we've been, restoring old buildings in Cleveland for an entire generation.
Right.
And so those issues of restoration or issues of restoration and preservation are parcel and part of a project that renovates, recreates an historical building. And I'm wondering, I think tabling is a good idea because it's going to allow everybody to give this some thought, because so much has come up that I don't think we can actually resolve it this morning. So tabling it and trying to reschedule it as quickly as possible may be the appropriate approach at this point.
Mr. Chair.
Good morning, all. I'm sorry I'm late to the game. This is Chris Jasinski, the structural engineer that was involved with the project. I've been listening for the last couple minutes, and I just wanted to offer myself to, if anybody had any specific questions about the structural aspects of the building, by all means, please ask away.
Okay, could you respond to my last statement then, as to what you actually looked, how compromised the structure is, including the foundations, and how? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sure. So right now, the way it is the worst wall that's there is the one that faces Lorraine Avenue. That's the one that is blowing out extraordinarily far, and somewhere around 3 inches of total. 3 inches where we can easily measure it.
From top to
there
top.
may be other portions where it's actually blowing out further that we just can't get to measure appropriately.
Right.
The east wall, which faces west 45th, that one is in the process of starting to do the same thing. It's not as bad, and I think part of the reason why it may not be as bad is you do have some additional weight sitting on it that's kind of stabilizing things. Whereas the portion of the wall that is blowing out so bad, there's really nothing holding it back. But based on where the east or the west wall is, it's going to be one of those things where you start attacking the south wall on Lorraine, there's a good possibility you're going to upset the west wall, and you could basically set things in motion that may not be predictable on how the building will perform. And unfortunately, because the brittleness of the structural clay tile that everything is bearing on, just as a case in point, a CMU block that is used for standard construction today has got a compressive strength of 1,500 PSI. A structural clay tile that building is built on has only got the compressive strength of 50 PSI. So it is much, much weaker than most anything else that's available on today. And that's a good reason why, or that's the primary reason, in my opinion, why nobody uses structural clay tile anymore for modern construction, just because it's so easily damaged. And if you look at the history of the structural clay tile, it existed from it actually started in the 1890s as the fireproofing for structural steel buildings and things of that nature before they had fire sprinkling systems. And then somewhere in the 20s or 30s, somebody thought it would be a great idea to build walls out of it. And then by 1940s, when people started realizing it wasn't a good idea, it disappeared from the market for structural purposes and even for fireproofing. And that's one of those things that are so challenging about this building is the weakness of the backup wall. If we were dealing with a brick backup wall or any other material, to be honest with you, we would have so many more options on repairs. But this one is, it's a challenging material. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I hope I gave you enough background information that helped you understand where we're at.
And thank you very much. And on the other hand, you kind of made some statements regarding I guess, the delicacy of this construction and the historical value. And I think, again, I've seen brick walls in Europe that have lasted, 800 years. So I'm not sure that this idea that the wall is weaker than it should be is a convincing argument for me. I just don't think we've done, and we've pushed so much to prove how weak the structure is and how unsalvageable it is. I think we need some reinforcement as to how salvageable it could be and how destructive it could be, because I'm not really seeing all these failures that are being mentioned.
Okay. Well, what we'll do moving forward is we'll get you some more information about what the structural clay tile is. Just to, and again, I'm not there. We'll work with you, and we'll also try to explain try to explain why I have concerns about the structural integrity.
Okay.
The other things, with regards to to buildings in Europe, I'm not sure how much structural clay tile caught on in other countries or other portions of the world. To be honest with you, at this point, I've lived in 6 different states, and structural clay tile is something that's very unique to the Cleveland, Akron area. I've lived in Washington. You don't see it out there. I've lived in Western New York. It didn't show up there.
Yes.
Lived in Pittsburgh. It doesn't show up there. Maryland, the same. It's kind of a unique material to Cleveland.
Well, that is one of the historical values. I mean, at Sugar Creek, formations in the world, and brick tile is actually a very, very strong, powerful Ohio material, and it's been used, everywhere in Ohio. So a lot of the historical buildings in Cleveland actually are made from the brick from those clay formations. So it's you're right. It is a unique material for. But on the other hand, I go to Italy and I was born there, and I've seen Roman aqueducts still in fairly decent condition after 2,000 years. So it's not such a fragile material. But I really think we need a little more consideration and study before we make a final conclusion.
Mr. Chair, we have Mr. Santora and Mr. Dreyer with their hands raised.
Mr. Dreyer, please.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion when it's appropriate.
Mr. Santoro? Does Mr. Santoro have a comment?
I do. I forgot to unmute myself. That's my bad. Yeah, I actually had a quick point of order for Mr. Powell. And just for some clarification, you mentioned early on when tabling was proposed by Ms. Trott that your opinion would be to table it, but that you were going to leave that up to the owner. So I just want to make sure that we're following the proper procedure and that either you and the owner are agreeable to tabling this if we want to table it.
Yes. Thank you.
My owners are on the line, but since we're in 2 different continents, I need to be able to let them know that I was okay with tabling it, but ultimately the decision is theirs based on procedure, and they are on the phone, so they would be the ones to actually say to table it or not. So if Matthew Christian could just jump in and say they're okay to table it or not, then the council can proceed.
Hi, Robert. If you're recommending that we table, then I think Matthew and I would agree to table it. If that's your recommendation.
Thank you.
Before that,
Answer the question.
Question for Chris, just briefly, and not to belabor the point.
Go ahead, I'm ready.
Okay. So, what directions do the Lorraine, so the south wall is the one that's the most
Yes.
concerning. Which directions do the second floor joists run? Does it run north and south or east and west?
The second floors and portions of the building, as far as we can tell, run east-west on the second floor.
Okay, so in this section right at Lorraine Road, it's bearing on that 45th Street sidewall?
Yes, it is. Well, I've got to be careful with that because the building has got a lot of unique framing in it, and I can't entirely confirm and verify that, but I can tell you where the wall is bowed out the most, which is in the kitchen area, which covers the center and western window. That the floor joists in that area do run east-west. But I also know there's an exterior stair wall that goes down, so and the framing down in the basement level of it for the first floor, the framing goes in, it changes directions in a lot of different areas. So I can't confirm everything on the second floor, but it probably goes in east-west as it bears on the east wall.
Okay. So my next question would be, so there is a basement, there's a basement under this portion of this front portion of the Lorraine side?
Yes.
Okay, so I understand, the whole clay tile discussion and all of that, and the limitations of clay tile, modern clay tile, as it's actually is, it's called, even though it's 100 years old, as opposed to 2,000 years old. Has it been entertained? What keeps you from building a, say, 4-inch cinder block wall, 8-inch cinder block wall inside the structure, basically through the basement and through the first floor, to support the floor, and then reattach the wall that way?
From a commercial aspect, first we would have to reinforce it, so it'd be an 8-inch block wall that runs all the way up. There is a possibility you could do that, but you're going to lose a lot of footprint. And then the other aspect of it, you'd have, anything is possible.
Okay, may I?
So here's the thing. Here's what I want to make sure. Very important point.
Excuse me. I think this is a discussion that could happen all the time. I'd like to move forward with my motion if the chair is agreeable.
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a second on this motion?
Well, my motion is to table it.
Yes.
This is Anthony. I will second that motion.
All right. Mr. Petit, would you take a vote, please?
Before you take the vote, I would like to add on that motion that the documents that be provided to all parties involved, verbally discussion on what's wrong with the building. We have not seen any reports of anything, and et cetera. So it should be provided to all parties involved. What I'm saying, that's including Councilman McCormick, Ohio City, all documents that's related to your theory why this building should be demolished should be shared. So we haven't seen anything other than verbal comments. So that also should be part of the motion. And as I said before, I think the building should be stabilized in the process. I want that included in there.
Do we have the authority? Stabilization, is that part of our scope of work, you think? Mr. Patrick?
I'm not sure that we have it.
I mean, I believe those are two separate issues.
Yeah, I think we're tabling this, we're delaying this so we can get more information from the applicants and more options. And I'm not sure that we can, I don't know how we table this and still require them to stabilize the building in the meantime. That's up to them.
Yes.
But I think, you know, we can add a lot of conditions to approval or denial. I'm not sure that we can load up a tabling action with more conditions.
There also a building violation. There is a building violation that they still have to comply with.
Right. So
correct.
That's an issue we have to deal with. Our purpose is to table this and actually schedule it as quickly as possible so we can cover it in an efficient manner. But I think we need to table it as we suggested, and the conditions as far as the building is concerned is something that the client has to deal with the city of Cleveland. Now, they could possibly prolong that because we have a pending new meeting with Landmarks, but that's really not part of our responsibility. We should.
Okay, I always treat that, but the document as far as estimate information that should be provided, as I said, verbal information of why the building is not enough. So I need drawings of why the building is falling apart, and you know the engineer can provide all that. It's nice to see documentation in words, but I want to see drawings of where deterioration is on the building as well.
With that, all documentation should be presented and shared. That should be added to the.
Right. So the owners can provide that to staff, and then okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Do we have a second?
This is Anthony. I'll reaffirm my second.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Donald, would you take a vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Anderson. Ms. Anderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey.
Yes.
Mr. Kalikia.
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer.
Yes.
Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik. Mr. Tarasik. Mr. Santora.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you so much. So our next project is a concept plan for case 20057 Lorraine Avenue Historic District. This is the one we just discussed, isn't it?
Mr. Chair, we very briefly discussed this as in connection with the demolition. We have Eli Maller as the architect here and Mr. Agarwal as the owner.
Mm-hmm. All right, let us proceed then. Presentation.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to introduce this by way of bringing the commission up to speed on this project.
Okay.
This situation began over a year ago when the building was significantly altered without any review or building permits. And you can see from the images on the screen, the lower photographs show the previous condition, and the upper photographs show the alterations after the after the work was done. We had the work stopped in process. Carl, if you go to the next slide, you can see where this all began. The front of the building was removed. Second story was added, and the former turret was demolished. It's a very egregious alteration. Nobody was happy about it. And Marilyn Moshinsky is here from Slavic Village. She can also update us on how we got here. But over the past year, staff, the CDC, the city planning staff have worked with the applicant to try to find a solution for this. We're here today to look at a concept plan. We're not taking action, but we want some sense of the commission that they're moving in the right direction. This has been to the East Design Review Committee, and they support the revisions. In fact, what we're seeing today was part of their direction to the applicant. Staff thinks that we're moving in the right direction. But I just wanted to give the commission some background on how we got here and where we're moving and the solution we're moving toward. So thank you. I'll let
Mr. Chair, would you like Mr. Mallard to the architect speak?
I'm sorry. Yes, please. So I'm not hearing you clearly, Maurice, but yes. What?
Okay.
Let's hear from the architect.
Eli Mahler, architect. I was called in after the facts, after that facade that you saw. And we've had a lot of discussions with the neighbor council. And this is the concept that we're trying to complete. It's trying to get back to a neighborhood. We can't redo the existing building, and the facade that you saw on that first sheet, those will be taken down, and we're trying to restore it as much as we can to an original state. This tower turret sort of mimics the existing that was there at one time. And the material that we would be using would be hardy cement board. The windows that you saw on that first sheet, that old facade will be taken out and reconstructed with double hung windows, which will be more in line with what the existing building is. And basically the colors and what we would do on the final presentation would blend in with what is there as far as asphalt shingles and as far as the siding that exists now. If there's any other questions, Mr. Argawal is also in the discussion, and I'm sure he might have additional comments, and I'm glad to answer anything that the board would have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you have the owner, Mr. Argawal, here with his hand raised.
Please go ahead.
Hey, first of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, all committee members. And the only thing I would like to add to is that I sincerely apologize. I'm very sorry that it happened the way it happened. I did not realize I was out of country. The guys who were working for me, I told them to repair, but then it just kept on happening, and then they added all that that kind of thing. My supervisor, building supervisor, and the people they were working for me. So I'm sorry, I take the blame. I'm responsible for all that, but we are really trying to make the facade and outside look beautiful and in line with the neighborhood and restore as best as or even better than it was before, because the windows were rotting, the siding was falling down. So we wanted to make some change, I mean, to look nice. And in looking that nice, we end up screwing ourselves, you know. So I apologize for that, and I hope you guys can objectively look at it and approve it the way it is being proposed now. Last week, the local committee, they were approving, I guess. They liked it. So here we are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I need some clarifications, actually. So this work was done without landmarks?
That's correct.
That's correct. And why didn't you seek landmarks approval?
Because I did not know. I was ignorant.
Eli, or what about you? Did you know that, Mr. Miller?
Well, I know I've been an architect for a long time.
No, you have.
And, I know there's certain procedures that have to be followed. I was called in after the fact that
you were not.
Office did the original drawings that indicate on that title sheet that I presented.
So what are you actually saying today regarding this meeting?
Well, we're trying to get approval so that we can restore it as much as possible to what existed at one time. I'm in the indication of the tower, the turret seems to be an element that wanted to be incorporated in the discussions that we've had in the past with the local committee. And this represents several schemes that we've presented. We've taken the advice of some of those comments from some of those meetings, and this is what we're presenting now. These are concept drawings that we would like to continue and present final working drawings so that this can be accomplished and built. And that's why we're here today.
Do we have a representative from the local committee?
Hi, it's Marilyn Moshinsky from Slavic Village.
Hi.
So we've been working, so this has been, like as Don had said, it's been a work in progress for almost a year now. They did remove the turret like they had said. There was some changes done. This, we finally have gotten to a point where it's where we wanted it before, because they wanted to do some changes that were not acceptable to the local committees. I know Ted Fenginger from the local design review is the one who suggested them bringing the turret all the way down to the first level to kind of give it a whole full dimension, because they weren't doing it the first time. Can the building go back to where it was originally? Because it was a funeral home originally. And I don't think so. I think there's been so many changes to this building. This is this presentation is probably the closest that they've gotten to something that we've all been in agreement with. Councilwoman and Slavic Village Development feel a little bit like they're on the right track. You know, have they hit the nail yet? I don't know that. That's what we're looking for you guys for suggestions. Based on the windows and the entranceway. The turret is great to see it back up again. I don't think that's, I mean, the top of the turret doesn't look like the roof line, doesn't look exactly how it was in the original, but you know, what do we do? I do know we're getting into the winter season, and I want to make sure that we can keep salvaging this building so nothing happens to it. So that I can tell you, that's on our local design area.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, we have Nicole Calhoun from East Design Review.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. I don't want to belabor this. It has been a very long and arduous process. This is the closest that I've seen, and we would like to, we really need your input on where you feel there is some added commentary on how we can bring this back to as close as possible, something that best represents the neighborhood.
Thank you. I'd like to hear, please.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Bailey has her hand raised.
Ms. Bailey, please.
Could I see the original photo? You know, if you have before the additional was added on somehow. Is this the closest? This is. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was any brick on here. What I'm seeing so far looks okay to me. I just wanted to know what was happening, at least from the grade 3 feet up, at least. Is it all wood, or could it be brick or some type of masonry instead of having wood going all the way down to the ground? I wasn't sure how the original was. That's just to protect it from salt and things like that. So that's what I was just thinking. Maybe the wood or the hardy board can just stop at a certain point, and maybe the rest of it around the building can be some form of masonry. They don't have to, you know, facing on there. But the rest of the building is hardy board, correct? Mr. Martin? Yeah.
Can I address this?
Yeah.
The hardy board doesn't go all the way to the grade.
It doesn't? Okay.
There is masonry, which is about 4 feet up above, which matches the existing foundation at the front of the building. So we're not bringing the hardy board all the way down to the grade. It's actually starts about 4 feet up, and it matches, like I said, the front elevation of the existing building.
Is it also masonry or?
Yeah, it's also masonry.
Okay. Now, one of the elevation has the hash line. Is this building, are you trying to add more space in there? Right there, right here. Are you trying to add an addition on here to create more space interior? Okay.
We're building actually over the first floor, adding the extra.
Okay. And then you are you mashing the face of this elevation and you're extending it?
That's correct.
Okay. So the window, is your original windows, or is it wood? So the new window, is it going to be also wood aluminum clad?
Well, yeah, there are windows that are clad in vinyl.
Okay. Okay, some of it's going to be vinyl.
Well, it's the interior. It's clad with a vinyl.
All right. And my next question, the toilet tower on the top. You didn't mention. I was curious of what type of material originally it was, or is it asphalt shingle? I mean, what type of material for the roof for the tower? Is the new roof going to be put on there? Are you using existing or?
No, this is a new tower, and it's asphalt shingle, which will match the original roof.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what I have so far. One more thing. The entry up to the door, do you have an overhang that goes over the steps? Can you go over one of the elevations, show Okay, yeah. So I just see a small little overhead that goes to the doors. Am I looking at that right?
Well, we're overhead on the second floor.
Yeah. So it's a small extension over the steps, the top steps.
That's correct. Anywhere
Okay.
between about 18 inches to 2 feet.
All right. Okay, so it's the door that goes through the step. Is that original door? Or is that door going to be replaced?
No, it's the
All right. All right. And the glass, are you using glass blocks in the basement windows?
no, not at the front. There are existing glass blocks on the side elevation. Those are existing.
Okay. All right. I heard you mention vinyl. Could you show me where the vinyl windows on the elevations?
Well,
So
one lines up where you see the dotted line. One lines up with the window below, and in the front elevation, those are all new windows.
Okay. All right. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have Mr. Santoro with his hand raised.
Who has the hand raised?
Mr. Santoro had his hand raised.
Yes, Mr. Santoro, please.
It's thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to first commend the owner for coming before us and trying to rectify some of the issues that were caused previously. It was a shame that this wasn't seen by the Landmarks Commission before any of the alterations were made, because the original building was had a lot of character and was very nice. So if you can go back to the front elevation, I'm going to try to make my comments pretty quickly since this meeting is is very long. But when I look at the front facade, I think part of the problem, and it just doesn't feel, the composition to it doesn't feel very very proportional or correct. It's very flat, and when you look at the previous facade that was there, as well as some of the adjacent buildings that that contain turrets, there's always a subtle layering of elements and design elements, whether they're through patios or through step back eaves or dormers. And you have the dormer contained, but the rest of the facade is just very flat. And I don't think it's doing any service. You mentioned that this could not return back to the original design. And my question will be, why is that? Is that because you added the additional room and you want the additional space, or that it's now structurally impossible for you to return back to the original design that was constructed?
Well, the original design didn't have that second floor. I mean, the original building. So the construction of a second story would change any facade that existing. So the only way you can bring it back to what it was would be just to tear off everything without that extension on the second floor. So that's the.
Well, let me ask the question that, why is that space completely necessary?
I will let Mr. Argawal answer that, please.
Yeah, well, I can answer that. The space, additional space, is a very small area. It's not going to any good for us. We are not looking for additional space. Only reason we wanted to do is that it comes like look like a two-story building and looks nice, like a more like daycare building. Right now it looks like a house, and so that was the reason. But the space-wise, we don't need more space as such. And also the proposed plan now with the two-story and turret and all that roof line, that is in line with the other homes on the street, actually. Right across the street, next to our property. So it's not like very different from the other properties here. It looks like it's giving like old look, actually, really.
So actually, if you do look down the street, there are other homes, because I just pulled up the street view and was going down to see exactly what it looked like. There are other homes that have the turret design similar to the existing building before it was altered. And you will see that they maintain a front porch and the different layers as you step out. The argument about bringing it forward to look like a two-story building, it already looked like a two-story building beforehand. My recommendation would be to return it back to its original construction, given that you don't need the space. And it was not something that was approved. However, I am willing to concede and work with you guys, given that this has already happened. But that would be my, in a perfect world, that would be what I think should be done. If you can go back to the front facade, I can't design the building for you. I can only, make a couple comments, but, my thoughts would be to try and get some type of other elements in there that will help break up the massive frontal plane. I understand you have that little bit of an overhang, but I just don't think it's really doing any favors to the look and feel of the building. If you could add a extended porch, that may help it a little bit. Other than that, I don't really know what else you could do.
Even we try to go back, it's not going to look like the old building the way it was. Everything going to be new, so it's not going to look like the building was built in 1890 or something. It's going to, no matter what we do, it's going to look like a new building.
Well,
so
but
the question is that this is in line with the rest of the other properties there. It's only providing nice facade from the front, so it looks like a two-story building, and there are a lot of two-story houses there on that street, and it's with the double hung windows and the same kind of siding and color scheme and roof line. It is perfectly looking like any other building on the street. It's not like out of place and out of.
Well, so and to answer that, the building, like I said before, did look like a two-story building already, and the building itself had its own character, its unique construction, and now that's decimated with what you did to the building before getting any approvals. And I understand, you take full responsibility for that, which I really applaud you for that. I mean, we see a lot of owners that come through and they try to pin it on other people, and I really, really am appreciative of the fact that you stepped up, you were a leader. That's great. What we're just trying to do is make sure we maintain and enhance characters of the building in the neighborhood. And like I said, I'm willing to concede on some stuff given costs, and you've been working with the community and with the CDC and with landmarks for a while on this project. And I, again, am very appreciative of that. So I'm just trying to put ideas out there. I'd be interested in what the rest of the commission has to say about it and ways that we can keep trying to move this forward. Those were just my thoughts about it.
Thank you, Mr. Santoro. Any other comments from the commission?
Mr. Chair, we have no other hands raised at this time.
I would like to make a comment.
Sure.
Could the owner explain what the use is? Is this going to be a living quarter on the second floor? What is this?
It's a daycare.
It's a daycare. Okay. 24/7, or it's just temporary? I'm just trying to understand why you need to expand the second floor.
No. It was not really gaining additional space. It was meant to make the building look nice in the front, because the way it was looking like a funeral home or little home, so it wasn't looking like a daycare. So we wanted to improve the look of the building.
So this is daycare. You mean daycare for children, not adults, correct?
Right. Yeah. It's for children. Right.
Okay. So it looks okay with the original design. They'll give a present as if a child is walking into a home. So I'm just wondering why you wanted us to create more space. If you go back to the original photograph, I see some the brick park. Is there any other location you can expand like on this side, you see some brick portion. Is there any way you can, if you need space, can you expand? But I understand why you want to expand. So you're worried about the home look, the building look too much of a home. You want to have it look like more like a business. Either way, it still looks like a home if that's what you're trying to refer to, correct? It still looks like the home with the alteration.
Yeah, but it also looks like three-story facade, new windows, and new look, and with everything, it looks more beautiful than going back to that kind of little space. I mean, I don't know how big the difference is. It's a matter of how you look at it, you know. I mean, if you guys want to be really that rigid that it has to be, because I made a mistake, I committed a crime, obviously, by not doing the right thing. So if you guys want to punish me just for the semantic point of view, I mean, that's different thing. I can move my business somewhere else and not want to actually have it here.
But he may explain why. He may explain why this look unique. Like if you're concerned of a child looking at this, think of that just like if you have these toys with the child and they have all these blocks with all these different portions, one that has a triangle, one that has, I mean, it looks like a little blocks that the child can stock up. And they see this, if that's what you're worried about. I mean, I see a triangle that they can put on top of a square. I mean, it looks beautiful, a big square down at the bottom. I mean, it still can look like a nice daycare with little stack of blocks on top of each other. I mean, it still look like a daycare. I mean, if from a child's perspective, with these little toy blocks that they can stack on, triangle, square, a little block at the bottom.
Well,
I mean, you're gonna have that toy in the room. I mean, it looks gorgeous. I mean, you don't need to, alternate it just to. To be honest, this looks more better than the design you're doing. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Well, that's definitely your opinion, but I
know it's my opinion.
I mean, whatever. I mean, you are the commission. We are the authority. You have all the power. So whatever you guys want to take, that's fine. But
Okay.
I have from my own eyes and my own brain also.
Yes, I understand.
I understand what we are presenting right now. So
and you want more space on the second floor.
You guys have power.
And you want more. And you want more space on the second floor.
This is second floor. Look, one nice building with a nice turret. The local committee already passed it. Obviously, they liked it. So I don't know. I mean, you guys want to punish me just because I did wrong in the first place. If that's the only reason for you guys, of course I will live with that. Do whatever.
Excuse me for 1 second. I don't think anybody's trying to punish anybody. I think we're just trying to.
Well, that's the precise point, is Mr. Chairman. Because they think that, well, why don't you just go back? And yeah, we can go back. It's not going to go back to the original shape anyway. I can't find the old shingles and old siding and old paint and all falling windows there. They were all falling and leaking and everything. I mean, I am spending more money now by doing this one than going back. I don't even know I will go back and do it. I just abandon the building and go somewhere else.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
There are no other hands raised at this time.
So we are looking for a concept approval, which means this project will be before us again in the near future. And I think the comments were made today need to be considered by the architect and the owner. I don't think anybody's trying to punish anybody here. I think Mr. Santoro suggested that we're grateful that you did come before us. Perhaps maybe you should have come a little earlier.
Right.
But it is what it is. And I think conceptually, if there are any other comments, I would like to entertain a motion, please.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. There is no motion. This is only a concept review, so we do not take action.
Thank you so much, Maurice. Then we are done with this project. correct?
Does the architect feel that he has enough information and feedback to continue on to the next stage?
Oh, what is the
Yes,
next
we'll
phase?
certainly have some discussions and come up with some of the suggestions that were made today.
And so, you know, staff is willing to work with you in the meantime to help give that guidance as well as city planning staff, whom you have been working with, and the CDC. So
Yes.
do not hesitate to ask any of us in our positions to assist you. And to Mr. Argawal, the next stage is coming up with the final design and bringing that before the local committee and then back before this commission.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you for your suggestions. And like I said, we will work on those for the next.
Well, what I'm not able to understand. What the now next step is, Mr. Morris?
Your next step is to work on the design, come up with a
What design?
final solution that you want to present.
What
You will
design?
then go
Which
back
design?
before the local design review committee, which you've been working with in the meantime. They will give you their final approval and suggestions,
Back to landmarks.
and then you will come back to this board, hopefully in a couple of weeks, with that final design and have a vote on that as well.
Well, the final committee, I mean, the local committee already approved it. So what we are going to do
Sir,
now?
the local committee is advisory to this board.
Okay.
They do not make final approval. This is the
Okay.
board that makes the final approval.
Yes, this is not the final design. The final design is still in the process of being created, which you will create soon, and then go back to the committee for their final approval, which will then recommend to us our suggestion to consider a final approval for you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Maurice?
Well, it's Carl, but you know.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, we still have minutes to act on. The commission was sent the minutes of the July 7th, 2020 meeting. I'm sorry, the July 9th, 2020 meeting. Our last piece of business is acting on the minutes.
Okay.
So we will need a motion to approve or amend the minutes.
Move approval July the 9th, 2020 minute meetings.
I second.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Santora.
Yes.
I believe everyone else has left the meeting. The minutes are approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's taken a long time today. I can appreciate your patience, and we will see each other soon. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Take care.